Reservoir can be a human, animal, plant, soil, or substance. I bet. What?
I came to check on you to see how you were doing.
I'm doing okay.
Jenny's just in the living room watching Bad Film.
What are you doing?
I'm just playing alone. Did you just watching Bad Film?
Okay.
I'm just pretending you're washing clothes. I'm just pretending you're watching clothes.
Okay. Okay. Have fun.
Wait a minute. Did everyone use the bathroom this morning?
Me and Journey did. Did you go potty this morning? No, Journey did. I didn't use the bathroom this morning.
You too? You two were up first and I was up last.
No, you were up first. You woke us up. Go to the potty. See, there's 6 of these. I'm gonna need to use my flashcards to write these things down because I just noticed it's gonna be on the test. Hi everybody, good morning. I have school tomorrow and I have, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 pages to do or to read and study and homework to do before or back and forth while I'm doing this. Don't ask me why I didn't do this earlier. I actually did. It was a lot more than this. I actually got to half of it. The weekend was so busy, I didn't really get through a lot of it as I thought I would earlier. But here we are. Always present in the environment.
Mommy.
Ma'am.
Mommy. Mommy.
I'm listening. Hi, Sandy. Don't forget to subscribe. Hi, Butterfly. Hello. An inmate will come into contact with microorganisms only in public areas, only during direct contact with residents, only during personal care procedures, every time the resident touches something. Yes, ma'am. I don't think we got to the hand washing. You love my Bonnie? Thank you. I don't think, yes. Get out my drawer. What are you doing?
A little
Hey,
tiny bug
leave
in
it
the bathroom.
I know. Did you wash your hands?
Not yet.
Wash your hands. What are you doing? Leave that alone. about to get put out my room.
Mommy,
Okay, so we ain't not on. Yes, tell Mila to get it for you. Don't play in that water. Are you standing on something?
No.
You look tall. I'm studying.
I'm so big.
You so big. Okay. No. Get down. You are not welcome or allowed up here at this moment while I'm studying.
Mommy.
Don't forget to subscribe, everybody. Mila, go get her tablet. Get tablets. I need a moment to study. Grab tablets. Everybody pick a seat and sit down somewhere. I've already had breakfast. Just sit down. So she's out the room already. That's whichever kid you're talking about. I'm assuming you're talking about the baby. Okay, so this is all after CDC. So when I finish the CDC part, see, I'm still on this part. Mallet to leave, port or exit, nose, mouth, eyes, or cutting the skin. Got it. I am. I love you too. Drop this one. No, you're cute too. Hey, come here. Say hi to YouTube.
Hey, YouTube.
That's one of them. What's your name?
Mila.
How old are you?
5.
There you go. That's one of them. That's the oldest one there. Go on.
I've been telling YouTube my name and how old I am all the time.
Yeah, that's my oldest baby. The other one, when she gets that tablet, we might not see her, which is a good thing. One is the weekend, and they're allowed to have the tablet up until 4 p.m.-ish. Usually when we start to settle down and I'm starting to cook dinner, they're allowed the tablets on the weekends. But I need to study, so yeah, we're going to tablet them out today at the moment. We might go to the park. All right. Don't forget to subscribe, everybody. I am studying. I am in CNA school. And this chapter 2, for some reason, seems like it's the longest chapter. Droplets from nose and mouth, skin, blood, pus, or other drainage from nose, genitals, urinary tract, urine, semen, vaginal secretions, saliva, feces, or vomit. Thank you. I love you too. Mode of transportation. Oh, transmission. TRANSMISSION. Okay, yeah, that's transmission. Describe how the pathogen travels. Anybody else into healthcare or going into healthcare? Main routes of transmission are contact, droplet, and airborne transmission. Cool. This is what my book looks like so far. Yeah. I'm using different colors and going back and forth between different colors because it just helps me keep information separate if there's something different in the paragraph. Direct contact happens by touching the infected person or their stuff. Got that. results from touching an object contaminated by the infected person, such as a needle, dressing, or tissue. Doing a lot of highlighting because this stuff I need to know. I think my first test is like on the 9th, I think she said. We gotta get an 80 or above, but we're gonna have to retake the test. In the healthcare setting, the primary route of disease transmission within is via the hands of healthcare workers. Yeah, I know that. The portal of entry is any body opening on an unaffected person that allows pathogens to enter. Okay, important. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to join my watch parties. We just finished the Squid Games. Even though I'll probably go back on episode 6 directly, just for anybody that missed it. These include the nose, mouth, eyes, and other mucous membranes, cuts in the skin, and cracked skin. Nose, eyes, mouth, cuts, and cracked skin. Cool. Mucous membranes are the membranes that line body cavities that open to the outside of the body. Now, right now, I'm on the chain of infection. So I have index cards that I'm going to use to write certain things down for my test, and I'll probably do that Tuesday. It's going to be like my study guide. No, I'll probably do it sometime tonight, actually. I'll just write them down and I'll start studying. Like Medicaid, parts A, B, C, and D. I didn't know it had all them damn parts. These include the lining of the mouth, nose, rectum, and genitals. Okay. A susceptible host, I've heard this term, is an unaffected person who could get sick. Okay, well that should be, I don't know what sabu means. I don't know what that means. Does that mean hello in a different language? I'm not trying to be rude or ignore you, but I don't really know what that means. Includes anyone in health. Examples include all healthcare workers and anyone in their care who is not already infected with that particular disease. So I will be susceptible. Damn. If one of the links in a chain of infection is broken, then the spread of infection is stopped. See, that's something important to know. If we can break one, then it stops, right? Infection prevention practices help stop pathogens from traveling and from getting on a person's hands, nose, eyes, mouth, skin, etc. Immunizations reduce a person's chance of getting sick from diseases such as hepatitis B, not A, and influenza, the flu. See, I know this is a medical thing, but I have never received a flu shot. I've also never gotten the flu. I've gotten COVID being pregnant because someone else had it around me and at 5 months pregnant, and my body naturally got rid of it. Hi, hi, Kenzie. Food or fluids, genitals, penis, vagina, breaks in skin, a bite, wound, acne, or any non-intact skin, urinary tract, the placenta from mother to baby. Not the other way around. Cool. Hi, everybody. Don't forget to subscribe. Transmission, passage, or transfer. This is hurting. Golly. Most diseases can be blocked by using proper infection prevention practices such as hand washing. See, are we almost at the CDC part? Because then I could do the homework that's over here. Okay, it's at the bottom. And I don't want to pass it and then I have to look back. See, when I do my workbook, when I read a couple pages and then go back into my workbook and then do the homework in the workbook. If there's something that I don't automatically know the answer to, I'll flip back, look for the answer, and then highlight it. Because obviously I don't know it and I need to know it. If that makes sense. Hand washing is the most important way to stop the spread of infection. Okay. Hand washing is a part of the medical Hospice. And here's the definition. It refers to the measures used to reduce and prevent the spread of pathogens. Okay. Surgical aspects. Also known as a sterile technique, makes an object or an area free of all microorganisms, not just pathogens. Don't forget to subscribe. Go potty. Okay. Standard precautions and transmission-based precautions. State and federal government agencies have guidelines and laws concerning infection prevention and control. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, is a federal, what'd you say? Government agency that issues guidelines to protect and improve the health of an individual, of individuals and communities. Hi, Gabrielle. Good morning, everybody. Journey, you okay? Jew?
Yes.
You okay?
Yes.
Okay. Are you done? Juju?
Yes.
Are you done? Jew? Are you done? Oh, you pooping? Okay. Yes, I'm okay. I'm just studying. I'm taking CNA classes, and I am studying at the moment. Through education, the CDC aims to prevent and control diseases, injury, and disability, as well as to promote public health. The CDC created an infection prevention system to reduce the risk of contracting infectious diseases in healthcare settings. There are 2 levels. See, this would be something I need to be highlighting. There are 2 levels of precautions within the infection prevention system: standard precautions and transmission-based precautions. That's my daughter. One of my daughters, anyway. Following standard precautions means treating blood and other body fluids, non-intact skin like abrasions, pimples, or open sores, and mucous membranes as if they were infected. All of that needs to be highlighted. I'm supposed to be doing chapters 1, 2, and 3. I did 1. I did half of 2. I'm finishing the rest of 2. And 3 is actually pretty short. But according to my CNA instructor, chapter 2 is the hardest out of all the chapters in the book. So I'm doing a lot of highlighting in chapter 2 because Juju, Gabrielle said hi. You gonna say hi? Are you okay? Gabrielle said hi. You gonna say hi? I don't think she's gonna say hi until she gets in the camera. She's pooping at the moment, as she said, so give her a minute. By the time I get up to go wipe her, she might say hi. She's 3, so it's really a hit or miss, honestly. I'm not gonna lie to you. I can tell the other one. The other one's a little more nicer. Mila. Where is she? Mila. Lily. Lee. Come here. Gabrielle said hi.
Yes, ma'am.
Gabrielle said hi.
Hi, Gabrielle. Gabrielle, you look cute. You look cute, girl, Gabrielle.
All right, go ahead.
Bye, Gabrielle.
Blood, tears. You're welcome. Saliva, sputum. It's coughed up. Urine, feces, semen, vaginal secretions. Bye. Don't forget to subscribe. Pus or other root drainage vomits. They do not include sweat. I think I'm gonna go down here and then look back at the book. Standard precautions must be used with every resident. Welcome back. By looking at a resident or even reading their medical charts where they have a contagious disease such as tuberculosis. Tripping. Thank you. Don't forget to subscribe, everybody. We're on the road to 1,000 subscribers. Hepatitis or influenza, even before the infected person shows signs or has been diagnosed. Standard precautions must be practiced with every single person in an NA's care. Transmission-based precautions vary based on how an infection is transmitted. Indicated they are used in addition to standard precautions. Okay, it's located later in the chapter. I knew I wasn't tripping. Standard guidelines for standard precautions. Wash your hands, wear gloves, remove gloves, immediately wash all skin surfaces that have been contaminated. Wear disposable gown. Wear a mask and protective goggles and or a face shield. Wear gloves and use caution when handling razor blades, needles, and other sharps. Yeah, I gotta read that down. Because I feel like this is going to be on that chapter over there. How was everybody's morning going? For some reason, I notice I study better when I'm doing multiple things at one time. It seems like when I'm just studying, I have a hard time focusing when it's a little too quiet. All the more reason I do not study at night. Can't do it because my house is too quiet. Kids are asleep. By the time I'm ready to study, I can't do it. Wear gloves. If you may come into contact with blood, body fluids, or secretions, broken or open skin such as abrasions, acne, cuts, stitches, or staples, or mucous membranes. Such contact occurs during mouth care, toilet assistance, prenatal care, perinatal care, helping with a bedpan or urinal, sodomy care, cleaning up spills, cleaning basins, urinals, bedpans, and other containers that have held bodily fluids, and disposing of waste. Remove gloves immediately when finished with the procedure and wash your hands. Immediately wash all skin surfaces that have been contaminated with blood and body fluids. Wear a disposable gown that is resistant to body fluids if you may come into contact with blood, body fluids, secretions, exertions, or when splashing or spraying of blood or body fluids is likely. If a resident has a contagious illness, wear a gown even if it's not likely you will come into contact with blood or body fluids. Don't forget to subscribe. Wear a mask and protective goggles and or a face shield if you may come into contact with blood, body fluids, secretions, excretions, or when splashing or spraying. See, that's just saying the same thing. Okay, wear gloves and use caution when handling razor blades, needles, and other sharps. Sharps, it's a definition, are needles or other sharp objects. It's pretty straightforward, right? Avoid nicks and cuts when shaving residents. Place sharps carefully in a biohazard container for sharps. Biohazard container used for sharps are puncture resistant, leak-proof containers. They are clearly labeled and warn of the danger of the contents inside. Okay, so that's at the end of page 48. Now, switch over to the actual homework book. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, defines hand hygiene as hand washing with soap and water or using alcohol-based hand rubs. That's A. B. Using only alcohol-based hand rubs when hands are visibly soiled. C. Rinsing hands with cold water. Or D. Not washing hands more than once per day. It's obviously A. See, if I didn't know the answer, I would go back, find the answer, highlight the answer, so that I'll implant it into my brain. Standard precautions include the following measures. A. Washing hands after taking gloves on, but not before putting gloves on. B. Wearing gloves if there is a possibility of coming into contact with blood or other bodily fluids. Touching body fluids with bare hands. Or D. Disposing of sharp objects in plastic bags. C. I'm going to say B. Wearing gloves if there's a possibility of coming into contact with blood or other body fluids. Because washing hands after taking gloves off but not before putting them on is wrong. Because you're supposed to, wash your hands before putting gloves on. And then you're supposed to wash them immediately after. Yeah, it gotta be B. Thank you, Kay. Because it says it's just it's basically common sense. Why should an NA not wear artificial nails to work? We haven't gotten to this specifically. That's in hand hygiene. I know they harbor bacteria and increase risk of contamination. Journey, are you done? Juju, are you done? Do you have your tablet? What time is it? Okay. Journey, I'm going to give you 4 more minutes before I come in there to wipe you. I know you in there just sitting on that toilet. And the reason I know that is the answer is because we kind of went over it a little bit in class. She was my instructor was telling people to anybody who had fake nails, she was saying any of the ladies who had fake nails, they had 2 weeks to take them off. But it's some other questions I could answer before I start reading 49. Standard precautions should be practiced. A, only on people who look like they have a bloodborne disease. See, people with AIDS look normal. What? B, on every single person under a nursing attendant's care. We just gonna stop right there because that's the answer. Infection acquired in healthcare settings are called healthcare associated infections. A. The following are links in the chain of infections. Which link is broken by wearing gloves, thus preventing the spread of diseases? See, this answer, I'm trying to shake y'all around. I don't think I know off the back. Which link is broken by wearing gloves? Now we're gonna go back. Reservoir. Nope. Mode of transportation. What is that noise? Nope, I don't think that's it either. Susceptible host. Port of exit. The following are links in the chain of infection. Which link is broken by wearing gloves, thus preventing the spread? Oh, I would say, maybe it's B. Mode of transportation. I think the answer was in the actual question. Mode of transportation, a way for the disease to spread. So, yeah. In the healthcare setting, the primary route of disease transmission is within the hands of the healthcare worker. So if you put gloves on and clean your hands and put gloves on, it stops it. Right? I think I'm wrong. While I'm reading this to y'all, say something. The following are links in the chain of infections. By getting a vaccination for hepatitis. B. Which link will be affected to prevent a person from getting this disease? Okay. By getting a vaccination for hepatitis B, which link will be affected to prevent a person from getting this disease? I think susceptible host. Portal of exit. Alright, Jew. You done off that potty. You just in there watching that tablet. No, I don't. gotten the baby off the potty. Go in your room. Or go in the living room. I am studying. No invites in here. Okay, so this is giving it a trick question. Because I'm trying to be a little comfortable here. Here's the question. I gotta go back to that. The following are links. Which one am I? Okay. The following are links in the chain of infection. By getting a vaccination for hepatitis B, which link will be affected to prevent a person from getting this disease? Reservoir, a place where the pathogen lives and grows. B, mode of transportation, a way for the disease to spread. C, susceptible host, person who is likely to get the disease. D, portal of exit, body opening that allows pathogens to leave. I want to say it's B, but I'm not entirely sure. Is there an answer sheet back here? There is not. I mean, I'm not trying to cheat, but I would definitely like to know what they did mention hepatitis B somewhere in here. To prevent this person from getting this disease. See, now I'm stuck. They definitely did just mention hepatitis B somewhere around here. To prevent, which will be affected to prevent a person from getting this disease. We're trying to prevent them. Here we go. If one of the links in the chain of infection is broken, then the spread of infection is stopped. We know that. Infection prevention practices help stop pathogens from traveling and from getting on a person's hands, nose, eyes, mouth, skin, etc. Generals, all of that good stuff. Immunizations reduce a person's chance of getting sick from diseases such as hepatitis B and influenza. Oh, susceptible hosts. Okay, so that part is broken because if you get the vaccination to prevent it, it breaks the susceptible host chain from a person who is likely to get the disease. Okay, it took some thinking, but it sounds about right. I usually just put a star next to the questions that I had a trouble on. Just so when I go back to class tomorrow, I can ask my instructor, like, hey, I don't understand, I didn't understand this. But I wonder if she will go over it. She said we have homework, so I wonder if she's going to check it for us. Okay. How many times can disposable equipment be used before it needs to be discarded? I don't know that answer because we ain't get there. We ain't get that far inside this book yet. What did it say? Yeah, I didn't get that far yet. How should sharps such as needles be discarded? Sharps should be placed in a puncture-resistant biohazard container, because I got that far. How long should NA use friction when lathering and washing his hands? 20 seconds. I know that answer. Write my name on these 2 pages. Don't forget to subscribe. Tomorrow will be day 2 of my CNA classes. Okay. Dirty linen should be transmitted-based precautions are used. Transmission-based precautions? Hold on, because that's not the first one, is it? Okay. Let me grab my highlighters. Standard precautions must be used with every resident. Period. Transmission. See, this is why I always gotta go back. Transmission. Oh, hold on. Here we go. Okay. Transmission-based precautions vary based on how an infection is transmitted. Okay. Now that's one blank answer. Now here's some addition to it. When indicated, they are used in addition to standard precautions. And that's a whole separate answer. So, in addition, are used with every resident under NA's care? No. In addition to standard precautions? Yes. Not instead, not when an NA decides they are appropriate for particular residents. In addition, they're used in addition. So you still got to use standard precautions and then, if needed, transmission-based precautions. They honestly need to be used for all types of stuff. But who am I to say? Dedicated equipment refers to, I did not get there. I did not get the PPE. Okay, so I'm gonna flip this back because I know that there are 2 questions that I didn't read up on yet that are here. Now, I'm on the biohazard part. I'm literally on this one page. And I'm actually getting kind of hungry. And I'm not going to be eating with an empty stomach. So I'll go until 11 o'clock and then we're going to stop, have a bowl of cereal, and, or 2. Even I really don't eat any dairy, but we're going to eat at 11 o'clock. And then we're going to hop back into studying. Guys, I need to finish all of these. Truly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 more pages until I'm done chapter 2. 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 16 more pages. All right. Okay. Okay, these are the standards, for biohazard. Never attempt to recap needles or sharps after use. You might stick yourself. Dispose of them in a biohazard container for sharps. We just gonna highlight that so that we know. Dispose of them in a biohazard container for sharps. Even though we know it, we're gonna highlight it so we don't forget it. It seems like once I highlighted it, I'll automatically remember it. Carefully bag all contaminated supplies. Dispose of them accordingly to facility policy. Okay. Clearly label bodily fluids that are being saved for a specimen with the resident's name, date of birth, room number, date, and a biohazard label. Keep them in a container with a lid. Put in a biohazard specimen bag for transportation if required. I feel like in this area it should say how many times. It doesn't say how many times yet that we should be using them. I want to assume 1, but I don't want to assume because I don't know yet. Dispose of contaminated waste according to your facility's policy. Waste containing blood or bodily fluids is considered biohazard waste. Liquid waste can usually be disposed through the regular sewer system as long as there is no splashing, spraying, or aerosoling of the waste as it's being disposed. Appropriate personal protective equipment needs to be worn, followed by proper removal and hand washing. Follow instructions. Standard precautions should always be practiced on all residents, regardless of their infectious state. This greatly reduces the risk of transmitting infections. Nursing assistants use their hands constantly while they work. Microorganisms are on everything they touch. The single most common way for a healthcare associated infection to be spread is via hands of the healthcare workers. Did I read this already? Hand washing is the most important thing NAs can do to prevent the spread of diseases. The CDC has defined hand hygiene as washing, and that's a definition. Hand washing as washing hands with soap and water or using alcohol-based hand rub. Alcohol-based hand rubs, often called hand sanitizers, include gels, rinse, sprays, and foams that do not require the use of water. Alcohol-based hand rubs have proven effective in reducing bacteria on the skin. However, they are not suitable for frequent. They are not a substitute for frequent proper hand washing. When hands are visibly soiled, they should be washed with soap and water. Hand rubs can be used in addition to hand washing anytime hands are not visibly soiled. When using hand rubs, the hands must be rubbed together until the product has completely dried. Hand lotion can help provide dry, cracked skin. Inmates should not wear rings and bracelets while working. This jewelry may increase the risk of contamination. Fingernails should be short, smooth, and clean. Artificial nails, here we go, should not be worn because they, see, I knew that was the answer. Should not be worn because they harbor bacteria and increase the risk of contamination, even if hands are washed often. CNAs always have their nails done. Now this goes into as far as the answer over here, how many times can disposable equipment be used before it needs to be discarded? Here are the answers. A, 3 times. B, 1 time. C, 2 times if it is washed between uses. D, indefinitely. We know that ain't the answer because it's disposable. If it is sterilized between uses. Okay. Now I need to go back. I need to find this answer before I flip this page because I feel like I might have missed it somehow. After I find this answer, I'm gonna go grab you something to eat, some breakfast. Like, I'm gonna get mad because I feel like the answer is 1 time. Like, I use a razor 1 time. I get a pack for the month, and I use it 1 time and I throw it away. Is that not the answer? Yeah, I don't want to circle it because this is a pen, and I'll be wrong. And she said we have to do it in pen. I can't do it in pencil. Duh, this would stress me out. Lord have mercy, I'm upset. See, we talking about disposing of stuff, right? Somebody Google the answer. Okay. Okay. It says never attempt to recap needles, which most people don't do. I never see that. Once they take the needle out, they don't put the top back on the needle. They just dump it into the biohazard container. Cool. Now, as we talking about razor blades and shit, is it past this? This is talking about hand washing. This is going into doning and doffing. This is not okay. Now we talking about dirty linens right here, and that's a question on the next page. Let me see. Let me just try to scan it. your fingernails, rub them together. Yeah, I got that. Baby paper towel, doff, on, off. Got that part. Yes, we got that part. What we need to find is disposable shit. See, yes, we have talked about putting on that. I need to know disposable equipment. I want to put one. When they say disposable equipment, PPE equipment, let me look into that. Because that's the only equipment I see so far. Gowns can be worn only once before they need to be discarded. One time. See, I knew that was the answer, but when it says 2 times as if it's been washed between uses, see, when they said equipment, okay, equipment, I'm pretty sure they would have identified if they were talking about razors or something, but hospitals always have like that type of stuff on hand to be giving out. Okay, now, I've been studying for over an hour, right, with you guys, right? We finna go get something to eat. We finna go get some cereal or something. And I'm gonna read comments as I am smackling and all of that type of stuff. That just had me all the way messed up, y'all. I need to take this trash out. I'm trying to study and finish up as fast as I can because I really want to go to the park. I mean, not so I can say that out loud. Oh, thank you. Yes, I'm trying to be smart. Here we go. Why did I open the microwave? Am I out of bowls already? Golly. What the hell, we out of bowls already? Good Lord. I really don't need to be having no milk. I am lactose intolerant. I do not need to be having milk right now. But I love cereal to an extent. And before y'all ask and see what I'm gonna do, I'm about to put some sugar on top of this cereal for this only reason. I was diagnosed with hypoglycemia last year, and that came about due to me passing out at work. And this is the only way I know to get, you know, I know the glucose tablets and stuff like that. I'm not a big fan of those. I cannot lie to you. So when I eat something small, like a bowl of cereal, I just a tad bit of sugar just to keep me there. There's some type of, like, I keep orange juice, I keep candy in my purse now. If I feel like my blood sugar is dropping. Apparently, this is a normal thing where people put, like, sugar on cereal. I wasn't aware of that. Growing up, Grandma did not put sugar on my cereal. But when I told my doctor that I was not a fan of the glucose tablets and I don't eat candy that much, she gave this alternative to just a tad bit of sugar onto certain things, or to have something sweet or something that is cooked with sugar. That's just kind of what we came up with, because I didn't know y'all was out here putting sugar on Cheerios and shit like that. I didn't know that. So I think she said I could become because I don't eat sweets. Not only do I don't eat enough food, but I definitely do not like sweets. So That's all I got. I think we did good. I think we got a good start. I think we got a good start on studying. I really do. What's your favorite type of cereal? This is my favorite type. Honey Bunches of Oats with almonds. I used to love Raisin Bran. Don't forget to subscribe. After I finish this bowl of cereal, we're going right back to studying. Yeah, after I finish this bowl of cereal, we're going back to studying. Alright. We've had breakfast. Y'all ready? Alright. And they should wash their hands at these times. When first arriving at work, whenever hands are visibly soiled, before, between, and after all contact with residents, before putting on gloves and after removing gloves, after contact with any bodily fluids, mucous membranes, non-intact skin, or wound dressings, after handling contaminated items, after contact with any object in the resident's room, care environment, before and after touching meal trays and or handling food, before and after helping with meals, before getting clean linen, before and after using the toilet, after touching garbage or trash, after picking up anything from the floor, after blowing or wiping the nose, or coughing or sneezing into the hands, before and after eating, after smoking, after touching areas on the body such as the face, mouth, eyes, and hair, ears or nose, before and after applying makeup, after any contact with pets or after contact with pet care items, before leaving the facility. So all day, every day after you do anything. Hand washing hygiene. Equipment needed: soap and paper towels. Turn on the water at the sink. Keep your clothes dry because moisture breeds bacteria. Do not let your clothes touch the outside portion of the sink or counter. We went over hand washing before we left out of class last week. Wet hands and wrists thoroughly. Apply soap to your hands. Keep your hands lower than your elbows and your fingertips down. Rub hands together and fingers between each other to create a lather. Lather all surfaces of wrists, hands, and fingers. Use friction for at least 20 seconds. Using friction for at least 20 seconds. I know that part. Clean your fingernails by rubbing them in the palm of your hand. Like this. Like that. When it starts to feel warm, friction. Friction. For anybody that don't know. Most pathogens are under the nails. Keep your hands lower than your elbows and fingertips down. So you're basically going to be washing your hands downward like this. Be careful not to touch the sink. Now this is important because my instructor said she out of 10 plus classes that she has taught, one person has failed due to not failed the exam, the CNA nurse's exam, because of not washing their hands properly. That's awful. Be careful not to touch the sink. Rinse thoroughly under running water. Rinse all surfaces of your wrist and hands. Run water down from your wrist to your fingertips. Do not run water over unwashed arm down to clean hands. So what she told us is, as the water is running, we should be putting our wrist under first and coming up like this to get from dirtiest to cleanest. So dirtiest, when we're washing, this is the dirtiest because it's at the top. So we don't want this part to get up this way. We want all the water to run. So if the sink is this way, we should be putting our wrist under. So as you're washing, I know most people go like that anyway, but as you're washing, put your wrist under and let the water go downward. Use a clean, dry paper towel to dry all surfaces of your fingertips and wrist, starting at the fingertips. So you dry it. So when you rinse, you go downwards. When you dry, you come upwards. Do not wipe the towel on unwashed forearms and then wipe your clean hands. Okay. Discard the towel in a waste container without touching the container. If your hands touch the sink or waste basket, start over. Use a clean, dry paper towel to turn off the faucet. Discard the towel in the waste container. Do not contaminate your hands by touching the surface of the sink or faucet. Hands will be recontaminated if you touch the dirty faucet or sink with clean hands. Alright, here we are. Let me get comfortable. Oh, my bad. Wasn't trying to drop y'all. Personal protective equipment, PPE. Personal protective equipment is equipment that helps protect employees from serious injuries or illness resulting from contact with workplace hazards.
Mommy,
Hmm.
I want to go potty.
You gotta go potty? Go in your room. I told y'all I'm studying. That's why y'all got your tablets. As soon as I'm done studying, we heading outside to the park. In care facilities, PPE helps protect nursing assistants from contact with potential infectious materials. Employees are responsible for providing NAs with the appropriate PPE to wear. OSHA requires that PPE must readily be available in a variety of sizes. It must be easy to access. Hi. Personal protective equipment includes gowns, masks, goggles, face shield, and gloves. I think this is something important to highlight. Okay. Gowns protect the skin and or clothing. Masks protect the mouth and nose. Goggles protect the eyes. Face shields protect the entire face. The eyes, the entire face, the eyes, nose, and mouth. Gloves protect the hands. Gloves are used most often by all caregivers. NAs must wear PPE if there's a chance of coming in contact with blood, body fluids, secretions, externs, mucous membranes, or open wounds. They must put on or don gowns, masks, goggles, and face shields when splashing or spraying of body fluids or blood could occur. Hand hygiene should be performed before donning PPE and after removing the PPE. Clean, non-sterile gowns protect exposed skin. They also prevent soiling of clothing. Gowns should fully cover the torso. They should fit comfortably over the body. They have long sleeves that fit snugly at the wrist. Gowns can be worn only once before they need to be discarded. We're gonna highlight that even though we took a minute to find the answer. OSHA requires fluid-resistant gowns if fluid penetration is likely. If a gown becomes wet or soiled during care, it should be discarded and a new gown should be donned. When finishing off with the procedure, NA should remove or doff the gown as soon as possible and wash their hands. Gowns may have ties at the neck and waist and are donning by placing the arms through the sleeves before fastening the ties. Over the head gowns are another style. They are donned over the head and may be tied at the waist. This skill shows donning a gown with ties at the neck and waist. Wash your hands. Putting on, donning, and removing doffing gowns. Wash your hands. Open the gown, hold it out in front of you, and allow it to open/unfold. Do not shake the gown or touch it to the floor. Facing the back opening of the gown, place an arm through each sleeve. Fasten the neck opening. Reach behind you. Pull the gown until it completely covers your clothing. Secure the gown at your waist. Put on your gloves. Put on your gloves after putting on the gown. The cuffs of the gloves should overlap the cuffs. The cuffs on the gloves should overlap the cuffs on the gown. So, yeah. Oh, I don't have Snapchat. The glove part should go over top. Yeah. When removing a gown, remove and discard gloves properly. See procedure later in chapter. Unfasten the gown at the waist and neck. Remove the gown without touching the outside of the gown. Roll the dirty side in while holding the gown away from your body. Discard the gown and wash your hands. Let's see. Masks can prevent inhalation of microorganisms through the nose or mouth. Masks should be worn when caring for residents with respiratory illness. They should also be worn when it is likely that contact with blood or body fluids may occur. Masks may be required all of the time in a facility during times of high virus transmissions, COVID surges, which are discussed later in the chapter. Sometimes special mask respirators are required for certain diseases, such as tuberculosis. Masks should fully cover the nose and mouth and prevent fluid penetration. Masks should fit snugly over the nose and mouth. Masks can be worn only once before they need to be discarded. Masks that become wet or soiled must be changed immediately without touching the outside of the soiled mask. NAs must always change their mask when moving between residents. The same mask should not be worn from one resident to another. Goggles provide protection for the eyes. Goggles are worn with a mask and are used whenever it is likely that blood and bodily fluids may be splashed or sprayed into the eye area or into the eyes. Eyeglasses alone do not provide proper eye protection. Goggles should fit snugly over and around the eyes or eyeglasses. Now, I think this is something we could watch. Dirty linen. I don't really think we got to dirty linen yet. Specifically, I feel like that's somewhere. Okay, dirty linen. Here it goes. We're not there yet. Hi, good morning. Putting on, donning mask and goggles. Wash your hands. Pick up the mask by the top strings or elastic strap. Do not touch the mask where it touches your face. Put the elastic strap over your head, or if the mask has strings, tie the top strings first, then the bottom strings. Do not wear a mask hanging from only the bottom ties or straps.
Mom, when's Thanksgiving? What month is Thanksgiving on?
November.
Ooh, exciting. We need marshmallows, jelly, corn on the cob, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. And ham. Bye-bye.
It's July.
I know. November is going to be exciting.
I'm glad you think so, honey bun.
Bye-bye.
4 extra. What's that? Pinch the metal strip at the top of the mask tightly around your nose so that it feels snug. Fit the mask snugly around your face and below the chin. Place the goggles over your eyes or eyeglasses. Use the headband or interpiece to secure them into your head. Make sure they are on snugly. Put on gloves after putting on the mask and goggles. Face shield may be worn when blood or body fluids may be splashed.
We also need a pumpkin for Thanksgiving to make pumpkin pie.
May be splashed or sprayed into the eyes or eye area. A face shield can be substituted for a mask or goggles. It can be worn with a mask. A face shield should cover the forehead, go below the chin, and wrap around the sides of the face. The headband secures it to the head. No, I don't. Non-sterile gloves are used for basic care. They are available in different sizes and may be made of nitrile, vinyl, or latex. However, due to allergy issues, some facilities have banned the use of latex gloves. Gloves should fit the hands comfortably and should not be too loose or too tight. Facilities have specific policies for when to wear gloves. And NAs must learn and follow these rules. Gloves must always be worn for the following tasks. What does he do? What does he do specifically? Anytime an NA might come into contact with blood or any bodily fluids, excretions, open wounds, and mucous membranes. When performing or helping with mouth care or care of any mucous membranes. When performing
Thanksgiving. We need to buy all that food for November. So bye-bye.
When performing or helping with perineal care. That's the care of the genital and anal area. When performing personal care on non-intact skin that is broken by abrasions, cuts, rashes, acne, pimples, lesions, surgical incisions, or boils. I beg your pardon? What do you mean he knocks people out? Is he going around and assaulting people? What do you mean? He knocks out people. What? I'm not sure anybody like that is somebody that I would actually like to be watching. When the NA has sores or cuts on her hands, when shaving a resident, when disposing of soiled bed linens, gowns, dressings and pads, when touching surfaces of equipment that may be either is visibly contaminated or may be contaminated. Disposable gloves can only be worn once. We're gonna highlight that just because. What do you mean he knocks out people? They cannot be washed or reused. Gloves should be changed immediately if they become wet, worn, soiled, or torn. Gloves should be changed before contact with mucous membranes or broken skin. After removing gloves, an NA should wash his hands before donning new gloves. Non-intact areas on the hand should be covered with bandages and gauze before putting on. He just got his hand blown off. Is he alive? How did he get his hand blown off? Do you see how when you hear people getting their hands blown off on the 4th of July playing with fireworks, it's always men? You don't hear about women. You hear about children with men doing shit like that. This is really... I bet you he won't be knocking nobody else out. Donning. Putting on gloves. Wash your hands. If you're right-handed, slide one glove on your left hand. Reverse if left-handed. Using your glove hand, slide the other hand into the second glove. Interplace your fingers, smooth out folds, and create a comfortable fit. Carefully looking for tears, holes, and cracks and spots. Replace the glove if needed. Adjust the glove and tear it there, pulled over your wrist and fit correctly. If wearing a gown, pull the cuffs of the gloves over the sleeve of the gown. Lord have mercy. Is he okay? Well, he won't be okay, but is he alive at the very least? Like, is karma? So he was like assaulting these people? He was just knocking them out for no reason? Gloves should be removed promptly after use, and the NA should wash his hands directly after removing gloves. He should be careful not to contaminate his skin or clothing when removing gloves. Gloves are worn to protect the skin from becoming contaminated. After giving care, gloves are contaminated. If an NA opens the door with a gloved hand, the doorknob becomes contaminated. Later, anyone who opens the door with an ungloved hand will be touching a contaminated area. Before touching surfaces or leaving resident's room, the NA must remove gloves and wash his hands. Afterwards, new gloves can be donned if needed. Touch only the outside of one glove with one hand. Grasp the other glove at the palm and pull it off the glove. And pull the glove off. With the fingertips of your glove hand, hold the glove you just removed with your ungloved hand. Slip 2 fingers beneath the cut of the remaining 2 gloves at the wrist. Do not touch any part of the outside of the glove. He's a LA gang member. Well, I'm not exactly mad about it. And that was hand. Now he's missing a hand. How big of a target you think that's gonna put on his back now that he's one hand down? Pull down, turning this glove inside out and over the first glove as you remove it. You should now be holding one glove from its clean inner side. The other glove should be inside it. Drop both gloves in the proper container without contaminating yourself. Wash your hands. This is the correct order that the NA should follow when donning. Wash your hands, put on a gown, put on a mask, put on goggles or face shield, put on gloves. This is the correct order that the NA should follow when doffing, removing PPE. Remove and discard gloves. Remove goggles or face shield. Remove and discard gown. Remove and discard the mask. Wash your hands. Hand washing is always the final step after removing and discarding PPE. Oh, he's internet famous. Well, not to me, but he's really internet famous now. In healthcare, an object is called clean if it has not been contaminated with pathogens. An object that is dirty has been contaminated with pathogens. Just for the sake of argument. Hi, princess. I am studying and doing homework at the moment. Facilities have special rooms or areas for clean and dirty items. These are separate rooms for supplies that are considered clean and for supplies that are considered dirty or contaminated. NAs will be told where these rooms are located and what types of equipment and supplies are found in each room. NAs should wash their hands before entering clean rooms and before leaving dirty rooms. This helps prevent spread of pathogens. Guidelines handling equipment, linen, and clothing. Here we go. Handle all equipment in a way that prevents skin mucous membrane contact, contamination of your clothing, transfer of disease to other residents or areas. Do not use reusable equipment again until it has been properly cleaned and reprocessed. So on that one question, we gotta go back. Oh, yeah, never mind, I was right. Because that said disposable. This says reusable. Sterilization is a cleaning measure that destroys all microorganisms, including those that form spores. Sterilization is a part of a surgical aspect. It uses steam under pressure, dry heat, or liquid or gas chemicals to sterilize. Items that need to be sterilized are ones that go directly into the bloodstream or into other normal sterile areas of the body. For example, surgical instruments. Disinfection is a process that destroys most but not all pathogens. It reduces the pathogen level count to a level that is not considered infectious. This disinfection is carried out with pasteurization or chemical germicides. Examples of items that are usually disinfected are reusable oxygen tanks, wall-mounted blood pressure cuffs, and any reusable care equipment. Dispose of all single-use or disposable equipment properly. Disposable means it's discarded after one use. After one use. Disposable razors are examples of disposable equipment. Clean and disinfect all environmental surfaces, beds, beds, rails, and all bedside equipment. All frequently touched surfaces such as doorknobs and light coils. Handle, transport, and process soiled linens and clothing in a way that prevents skin and mucous membranes exposure, contamination of clothing. Hold linen and clothing away from your uniform. Transfer the disease to other residents and areas. Do not shake linen or clothes. Fold or roll linen so that the dirtiest area is inside. Do not put soiled linen on the floor. Bag soiled linen at point of origin. Sort soiled linen away from resident care areas. Place wet linen in leak-proof bags. Okay. I'm getting sleepy. Spills can pose a serious risk of infection and can put residents and staff at a risk for falls. The housekeeping department may be responsible for cleaning spills. If NAs must keep clean spills, there are general guidelines to follow. Don gloves before starting. In some cases, special heavy-duty gloves are best. First, absorb the spill with whatever product is used by the facility. It may be an absorbing powder. Scoop up the absorbed spill and dispose of it in a designated container. Apply the proper disinfectant to the spill area and allow it to stand wet for a minimum of 10 minutes. Clean up spills immediately with proper cleaning solutions. Do not pick up any pieces of broken glass, no matter how large, with your hands. Use a dustpan and broom or other tools. Waste containing broken glass, blood, or bodily fluid should be properly bagged. Waste containing blood or body fluids may need to be placed in a specialized biohazard waste bag. Oh, I'm really getting sleepy. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Almost done. Shoot. I can't believe how big chapter 2 is. Like, this is ridiculous. Chapter 2 is mad long for no reason. It looked like chapter 2 and 7 are the longest. based off of how they're color coded. They are the longest chapters in this book. Sheesh. At least I can say it'll be fresh in my mind. Somewhat. Here's the book if you guys wanted to know what book. Here's the actual homework book. I'm not sure if she's actually going to go over it and like take our books and do them. But that's the workbook. And here's the book we're supposed to be reading. It's a lot. But it's worth it. I'm tired, but I'll keep pushing. Come on, come on, come on. Transmission-based precautions. These precautions are used for persons who are infected or may be infected with certain diseases. These precautions are called transmission-based precautions. I'm going to highlight that. For everybody that's on, what is your best way to study? Do you have a specific study method you use? Do you go with the flow, or do you just read it and you're good? What is your best form of studying? When ordered, these precautions are used in addition to standard precautions. These precautions will always be listed in the care plan and on the assignment sheet. Following these precautions promotes the NA safety as well as the safety of others. There are 3 categories of transmission-based precautions. That might be important. There are 3 types of transmission-based precautions. See, stuff like that is stuff I'm going to put on my my index cards. Airborne precautions, droplet precautions, and contact precautions. So we know that there's 3, and now we know what the 3 are. Airborne, droplet, and contact precautions. Put it in your head. The category used depends on the pathogen or disease and how it spreads. They may also be used in combination for diseases that have multiple routes of transmission. Airborne precautions present the spread of pathogens that can be transmitted through the air after being expelled. The pathogens are able to remain floating for some time. An example of airborne disease is tuberculosis. Precautions include wearing special masks such as N95 or HEPA respirators to avoid being infected. Droplet precautions are used for diseases that are spread by droplets in the air. Droplets normally don't travel more than 6 feet. Coughing, sneezing, talking, laughing, singing, or suctioning can spread droplets. Okay. I'm gonna just highlight the examples. Just so that I know. And droplets normally don't travel more than 6 feet. That can be important. An example of a droplet disease is influenza, flu. Precautions include wearing a face mask during care and restricting visits from uninfected people. And they should cover their nose and mouth with a tissue when they sneeze or cough. They should ask others to do the same. Used tissue should be disposed of in the nearest waste container. Used tissue should not be placed in the pocket for later use. If the tissue is not available, and they should cough or sneeze into their upper sleeve or elbows, not their hands. They should wash their hands immediately afterwards. Residents should wear masks when being moved from room to room. Contact precautions are used when the resident may spread an infection by direct contact with a person or object. The infection can be spread by touching a contaminated area on the resident's body or her blood or bodily fluids. It may also be spread by touching contaminated items, linen, equipment, or supplies. Conjunctivitis, pink eye, and C. diff are infections. And C. diff infections are examples of situations that require, conjunctivitis. And I'm not going to try to say that big word, but it says C. diff are example of situations that require contact precautions. What is y'all best study method? What is y'all best way to study? Put it on charger. It's right there, but Mila. Go watch TV. Go take a nap. Do something. Precaution includes wearing gloves and a gown in resident isolation. Contact precautions require washing hands with soap and not touching infected surfaces with ungloved hands or uninfected surfaces with contaminated gloves. Staff often refer to residents who need transportation-based precautions as being in isolation. A sign should be on the door indicating isolation or contact precautions and alerting people to see the nurse before entering the room. Guidelines for isolation. When they are indicated, transmission-based precautions are always used in addition to standard precautions. We learned that already. Say that again. I missed it. It says something about medicine. I missed it. Mila.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Get out of my hallway. Go play. Go watch TV. Go read a book. Do something. Get out of my hallway. Oh, I'm studying for my CNA. I had to do chapters 1, 2, and 3 today. Or over the weekend. From Wednesday until now. So I had a few days. And we did all of chapter 1 together at school. Some of 2, and then I started the rest of 2. And I gotta go all the way until 4. Or all the way until the end of chapter 3. Beginning of chapter 4. And I have homework to do on top of it. Okay. Okay. So while we're on here, I have questions or homework that I have to do while I'm reading. In case. Dedicated equipment, we have not read that yet. Which of the following is true of wearing personal protective equipment while caring for residents in isolation? We have not gotten there yet, but I think we may have actually. Okay, nursing assistants should remove PPE after exiting a residence room. It's actually the only logical answer. A says nursing assistants will have to decide for themselves which PPE they must wear while caring for residents in isolation. Here it says you will be told the proper PPE to wear for each resident in isolation. So we know that's not it. Nursing assistants should remove PPE before exiting the room. Oh, well, I was wrong. It was B. Nursing assistants should remove PPE before exiting a residence room. What? Remove PPE and place it in an appropriate container before exiting a residence room. If I'm trying to prevent myself from getting whatever they got, why would I take my stuff off before I leave their room? That doesn't make any sense to me, and I'm going to ask her about that.
Mom.
Ma'am. Ma'am? What are you saying?
I said the mama tablet died.
Yes, Mila's tablet did die, yes. Is that all you said? Yes. Okay. I'll go play. I'm not studying medicine. I'm learning to be a nurse's assistant. I don't give out medicine or anything like that. I care for the actual residents, basically bedside manner, helping them with oral care, possibly washing them up, cleaning them up, all that type of stuff. I do not think that you should take your stuff off before you leave the room. I do not think that's smart. Because what if it gets on to me?
Mommy, want huggy tits. Want huggy tits. Give me hug.
You're welcome. Yes, it is. It is. I don't believe anything in the medical field is easy to study. I really genuinely don't. because it's so much that you have to remember. It's so much that you have to take in at one time. And you have to remember it, because if you don't, that could cost you your license and anything. Like being a CNA, you need a license to be a CNA, you know? Apart from doing this, when I go to take my exam, I have to do a written part and an oral part to it. Hi, Leah. Delgado.
There's a message that my sister, my sister forgot to tell you.
Did you put your tablet on the charger correctly? It doesn't look like. Is it on there correctly?
Yes.
Check it. Press the side button to make sure it's on there. Bloodborne diseases can be transmitted. Yes. Is it all the way? Is the charger all the way in there?
Yes. I was just making sure. And how many does to know? I think my sister forgot your message that I told her to tell you.
What?
Did I need a hug and kiss? Did she tell you that I need a hug and kiss?
Why would she tell me you need a hug and a kiss?
Well, because I'm sad about this. Because it's dead.
Okay.
And that's what, and I didn't want to come in there and tell you. So that's why I just told Johnny to tell you.
Okay.
It's just like a message from far away, from like Columbus to all the way to Pennsylvania. Like a message to Grammy's baby, and a message for your sister.
Okay.
That's what my sister likes. If I had nothing to do, I would just quiet in my bed.
You can turn on the TV and watch something on the TV. A show or anything. After I'm done studying, we might go to the park.
Mom, have you asked Hey Siri what the weather is?
And I'm pretty sure the weather is what it was yesterday. Hot.
But I don't think so, because that time when the stuff was when we were about to go to the park, when Jen had a doctor appointment on a picnic. Like you just told me that people cannot breathe when it's very hot. Do you remember?
Sure.
It was when it was June.
All right.
And you need to tell Hey Siri what the weather is to make sure there's no bad weather.
Well, I'll check that after I'm done studying to see what we're gonna do today.
Okay, I'm gonna check on you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Tell me when it's lunchtime.
Oh no, I'm not studying nursing. But when I did, it was a year and a half. This is for CNA. So to become a CNA, 4 weeks for this. But I started my first class on Wednesday. So I have 10 more classes, and I have classes 3 times a week. Yeah. So Monday will be my first full week of school. PPE cannot be worn outside of the residence room except for a respirator, which is removed after leaving the residence room and closing the door. Perform hand hygiene following the removal of PPE and again after exiting the residence room. In addition to hand washing areas within the residence room, There may be an alcohol-based hand rub dispenser mounted on a wall inside the room as you exit. Hi, Christopher. Do not share equipment between residents. Use disposable. Hi, nothing interesting really going on right now. I'm just studying. Use disposable supplies that can be discarded after use whenever possible. Use dedicated. Is that one of the questions? Dedicated equipment. Okay, here we go. Use dedicated equipment, and it has in parentheses only for use by one resident when disposable is not an option. When using disposable supplies, discard them in the resident's room before leaving. Be careful not to contaminate reusable equipment by settling it on furniture or counter in the resident's room. When the resident no longer needs the additional precautions, properly discard dedicated equipment if required. If the dedicated equipment is to be used for another resident, it should be cleaned and disinfected after each use. Wearing the proper PPE if indicated when serving food and drinks to residents. Do not leave uneaten food uncovered in the resident's room. When the meal is completed, remove the meal tray. Take it to the proper area. Hi, Courtney. What are your guys' best study tactics? Like, how do you, when you're studying for something, or if you are no longer in school, how did you study? Follow standard precautions when dealing with body waste removal. Wear gloves when touching or handling waste. Wear gowns and goggles when indicated. The waste must be disposed of in such a manner as to minimize splashing or spraying. Studying for my CNA license, the nursing assistant's care, the basics. If required to take a specimen from a resident in isolation, wear the proper PPE, collect the specimen, place it in the appropriate containers without the outside of the container contaminating into contact with the specimen. Properly remove your PPE and dispose of it in the room. Perform hand hygiene before leaving the room. Take the specimen to the nurse. You guys are the best in school. Yeah, it's okay. Did you pass at the least? I think that's more important. Most people get out into the world and they get into like a trade where they might not even need all those things. Residents need to feel that staff understand what they're going through. Listen to what the residents are saying. Allow time to talk with them about their concerns. Reassure residents. Explain why these steps are being taken. Relay any requests outside of your scope of practice to the nurse. Bloodborne pathogens. Now, I always highlight the definition of something. Bloodborne pathogens are microorganisms found in the human blood. That's just the definition. Now, this next part I might highlight, and I'm going to tell you for a different reason why we use different colors. They can cause infections and diseases in humans. They also may be found in certain other body fluids, draining wounds and mucous membranes. These pathogens are transmitted by infected blood entering the bloodstream. See, and I think that's a question. See, not only do I have the book to read, but I have the damn homework to do as well. Okay. Dedicated equipment refers to D, equipment that is used by only one resident. Didn't we just read that? Right. I already did. This is question 16. Here we go. I have this side, this page, and then this before I can stop doing homework in this page until I get to chapter 3. because it's labeled. Like you see where it has the number 2 right there. It has a number 3 right here. So when I'm done with this part, that should be good. Yeah, here we go. Bloodborne diseases can be transmitted by infected blood entering the bloodstream. This is the first answer. In a healthcare setting, the most common way to get a bloodborne disease is, see, we gotta stop right there because we didn't get that part yet. But since there was an answer, question inside my book, I'm gonna go back here. These pathogens, out my room, are transmitted by infected blood entering the bloodstream, or if an infected semen or vaginal secretions contact mucous membranes. Yes, I told my kids to get out my room. I'm studying, and they need to go play somewhere. Yeah, too many toys and imaginative things to be doing. Oh, we might be there. You ready? Do I enjoy it? $50-50. I'm not gonna say it's my dying passion to be in medicine, right? However, I do enjoy taking care of the elderly and helping people. I do enjoy that part. Do I enjoy actually having to study it? Not in particularly. It's a lot of information to retain. Will I enjoy doing this work? Of course. Once I get my CNA license, it will bring me one step closer to what I actually do want to do. Okay? It's going to bring me one step closer to my actual goal. Hi, Loveness. Hi, Bookie Butt. How are you? So yeah. When I get to my actual desired career, will I keep my CNA license? Yes. Okay? If this world goes to shits, one thing we can always be sure will be needed: people in the medical field. Okay? One thing we can always be clear of is that people in medicine, no matter what you're doing, no matter you're a CNA, LPN, RN, doctor, the assistant under the doctor, a surgeon, we will always need medical professionals. People are always sick. So my career could go down. Okay, say if another COVID outbreak happens and they shut the US down again, right? I'm doing good, thank you. Remember how they had to stop shipments of certain stuff coming in? I want to be a truck driver. If that happens again, I might be shit out of luck. Especially if I'm not carrying food and stuff like that. What I do know, though, is that if something like that happens, I can go back into medicine. And I'll at least have some type of still income. JK Lover 302, hello, hello, hello. I don't think I've seen your name before. Don't forget to subscribe. We're studying. Ready? Here's the part. Having sexual contact with someone carrying a blood-borne disease can also transmit the disease. Sexual contact includes sexual intercourse, vaginal and anal. Pay attention. Okay, hold on. Hey, 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 hey. Be nice. Sexual contact with someone carrying a bloodborne disease can also transmit the disease. I heard those kids in there fighting. Lord have mercy. Which is why I told them to get out of my room. Okay. Okay. I was wrong. We're not there yet, okay? Sexual contact includes sexual intercourse, vaginal and anal contact with the mouth and the genitals or anus, and contact of the hands in genital area. Really? So just by hands in genital area. Sharing infected drug needles can also spread bloodborne diseases. I'm gonna highlight that too. Sharing infected drug needles can also spread bloodborne diseases. Infected pregnant women may transmit bloodborne diseases to their baby in the womb or at birth. I'll highlight that too. I would sue. Somebody need to be sued if they do that. I don't care the circumstances. Okay, here is where we probably at, because the question is, now this is the workbook. This is why I gotta go back and forth between the book and the workbook. In the healthcare setting, the most common way to get a bloodborne disease is by, and then we have multiple questions. Okay. In healthcare, contact with infected blood or bodily fluids is the most common way to be infected with a bloodborne disease. Important to know. Now let's go back. Contact with infected blood or bodily fluids, sharing contaminated needles between residents, being in the same room. Nope. It's A. You shouldn't be sleeping with the residents anyway. Okay. The next question we need to look out for . Tuberculosis is a bloodborne disease, an airborne disease, a non-infectious disease, an untreatable disease. Which one do y'all think? I know the answer. Come on. Tuberculosis is A, a bloodborne disease, B, an airborne disease, C, a non-infectious disease, or D, an untreatable disease. Which one do you think? I'm gonna. You all are wrong. It's oh boy. It's an airborne disease. So, if left untreated, we can be looking at death. It's not blood. It is literally an airborne disease. It comes from coughing, singing, laughing, like anything that comes out of your mouth or nose. If you have TB, is airborne. When you talk, it's air. Comes out. No blood involved in TB. Somebody sneezes that got it, you might have it if you were not vaccinated for it, okay? It can usually be cured, okay? With proper medication. And if it's not left, that is correct. It affects the lungs. So it's in your airways. If you leave it untreated, you are looking at some death. Okay, if you are leaving it there, we are looking at death. Okay, I mean seriously, like it will, yeah, you will be losing some lungs very quickly. And when they look on the x-ray, you'll see, if you look on the x-ray, you'll see the different, you'll see their lungs look almost black when someone has TB, and if it's left too long untreated. So yes, it does have to do with the lungs, so it makes it an airborne disease. Very good, princess. Let me see. What's our next question? We didn't get on what employers must offer. We didn't get on hepatitis B yet. Oh, we did, but we didn't get on which of the following is true about them besides, all of that. COVID-19, we didn't get on that yet. You never heard of it before? Let me think. Let me think, because there's usually a reason why certain people don't actually hear about it. And I just want to make sure. Yes, okay. So, when it comes to TB, people who usually have TB have been out of the country, out of the US, okay? TB is more so for people that have come in contact with people outside of the country. Asia, Africa are usually the places people seem to have picked up TB. And that is why they pick up TB. It's, if you fail a TB test, like you'll see certain things like on your skin and stuff like that before you when you fail a TB test. Things like blisters pop, so you do your TB test. Yeah, it's so like a TB test is like, it's a small injection of TB into your skin, and your skin is not supposed to react bad to it unless you're allergic to it. So they basically take a needle and fill your skin up with some TB. It can bubble up. It's not supposed to bubble up. It can like just kind of raise a little bit, but it's really supposed to be flat, and you check it within 48 hours. If it starts to pus, pimple, rash going up your arm, you either have TB, one or two things. You either have TB or you're allergic to it, or really three, you've been touching it and scratching it. See, me, I did my TB test because when you go get your CNA license, you have to have a TB test every 2 years. So when they did mine, I accidentally scratched it in my sleep. Now, sometimes it's not really allergic reaction, but it can irritate your skin. Like it can start burning, which is normal. It can start burning, it can start itching, all those type of things. You're not supposed to touch it. Me, I accidentally scratched it in my sleep. Now, it didn't register as failed, but when I did go back to the doctor and they looked at it to check it, they're like, did you scratch it? Yes, it's fine. These things can happen. But if you do have TB, you're going to see like blisters and shit all over your arm. You're going to have a bad reaction to it. It's going to go all the way up. And that's how you know you'll have it. Mostly people usually get a TB test when they come back into the US. So like if you go to Africa for vacation and you come back into the US, most of the time your doctor will tell you, oh, okay, you're traveling outside the country. When you come back in, come get a TB test. Because then if you do have TB, if you catch it, it can be treated and you'll be okay very fast. If not, this is what causes a problem. But TB spreads so fast, it's scary because you can actually die from it pretty quickly. Let's go. Yeah. Infections could be spread through contact with contaminated blood or bodily fluids, needles, or other sharp objects, or contaminated supplies or equipment. Standard precautions, hand washing, isolation, and PPE are always required to prevent transmission of bloodborne diseases. Now, here is our next question, as I see the answer coming up. Employers must offer a free vaccine to protect NAs from. Now, I don't know this answer, but I'm about to read it, and we're about to get the answer. Ready? Give me a second to read the comments. Employers are required by law to help prevent exposure to bloodborne pathogens. Right? Following standard precautions and other procedures help protect caregivers from bloodborne diseases. 2 major bloodborne diseases in the United States are acquired AS or IS. AIDS and the viral hepatitis family. Chapter 4 has more information about AIDS. Okay. Ready? Yeah, AIDS. Hepatitis is an inflammation. Now pay attention. Hi, Sandy. Hi, Jill. How are you? Welcome back. Hepatitis. Pay attention, because this is completely different from TV. Hepatitis is an inflammation of the liver caused by certain viruses and other factors such as alcohol abuse, some medications, and trauma. Okay? Liver function can be permanently damaged by hepatitis. You only have one damn liver. All right? Like, yeah. It can lead to chronic, lifelong illnesses. Several different viruses can cause hepatitis. The most common types of hepatitis are A, B, and C. Yes, there is a D. You rarely hear about it. I'm not going to say it doesn't exist anymore, but I'm going to say like the cases of that happening over the last few hundred years have been non-existent. Now, hey. Are y'all okay? The most common types of hepatitis are A, B, and C. Now, let's look a little deeper. Hepatitis B and C are bloodborne diseases that can cause death. Not A. Only B and C are bloodborne diseases that can cause death. So the easiest way that I remember in med school remembering this is that hepatitis B, bloodborne. C, cause death. The two of them are one and the same. All right. Hepatitis B, also known as HBV, is spread through sexual contact by sharing. Is spread through sexual contact by sharing infected needles and from a mother to her baby during delivery. Y'all got that? Hepatitis B, HBV, is spread through sexual contact with sharing infected needles and from a mother and baby through delivery. It can be spread through improperly sterilized needles used for tattoos and piercings. When they tell you to go get a Hep B shot after you get a tattoo or a new piercing. This is why. I always tell my friends, if I know if I know they're gonna go get a tattoo or a couple tattoos, I tell them go get the tattoos all in a week. Because by the end of that week, you need to go get an HPV shot. You need to go get that. All right? It is most definitely needed. All right? Through grooming supplies such as razors and toothbrushes. This is why they tell you don't share razors, don't share toothbrushes. It is also spread by exposure from work from accidental contact with infected needles and other sharp objects from splashing blood. Keep in mind, HPV is a threat to healthcare workers. Now, here we go. Employers must offer NAs a free vaccine to prevent them from hepatitis B. The HPV vaccine is usually given as a series of 3 shots. Is it preventable? Yes. Is it vaccines for it? Yes. Prevention is the best way. Okay? Okay. Now, back to this. I don't share drinks with people except my children. I'm not going to lie to you. I do not. Hep B. Okay? Hep B is what employers offer the free vaccine. If you work inside the healthcare department, they give you your free HPV vaccine. Okay? They do. Happily. That and COVID too. Now with COVID, yeah, they give you COVID too. Let's see if there's any other questions we got around here. Which of the following is true of HPV? HPV A. HPV is caused by fecal oral contamination. B. There is no vaccine for HPV. C. HPV is caused by jaundice. D. HPV can be transmitted through blood or needles that are contaminated with the virus. Can we all just know it's D? We didn't even talk about jaundice. Right. Employees should take the vaccine when it is offered. Hepatitis C, HCV, okay, is also transmitted through blood and bodily fluids. Let's just highlight that so we know. Hepatitis C is also transmitted through blood or bodily fluids. Hepatitis C can lead to cirrhosis, and liver cancer, and can even cause death. Here's important. There is no vaccine for hepatitis C. None. This is why they offer B, because they can't help you with C. You can't get it. Don't go nowhere asking for it. They don't have it. It's nowhere to be found. Think of C for cancer. Is there a cure for cancer? No. Can some cancers be cured? Yes. But if we're saying, is there a cure for cancer? No, because then that means there will be a cure for all cancers, right? Is there? Do people still die from it? Is there a cure for hepatitis C? No. Is there a vaccine for it? No. All right. TB is a highly contagious disease. It is caused by a bacterium that is carried on mucus droplets suspended in the air, which is why you should always have a mask on in healthcare. I know it's not COVID, but I do regardless. A face mask Should always be worn. Because sometimes you come in, they got to figure out what's wrong with you before they test you, and by then everybody could have it. All right? The bacteria, as you said, it affects the lungs. We need these to breathe, which is known as pulmonary tuberculosis. TB is an airborne disease. We already figured that out, didn't we? TB is an airborne disease. When a person infected with TB talks, coughs, breathes, sings, laughs, or sneezes, he may spread the disease. Unfortunately, ain't no may. He done spreaded it. Tuberculosis causes coughing, trouble breathing, weight loss, and fatigue. Now, here's the problem with TB. Sometimes, especially in the wintertime, when people see symptoms of TB, it can easily be mistaken for pneumonia, because the same thing happens. You can't breathe, coughing, weight loss because you're not eating. Pneumonia is like the death of the flu. Even though you can die from the flu, pneumonia is like way over the flu, because I mean, especially for people like me who already have breathing problems like asthma, stuff like that. Other symptoms include chest pain, coughing up blood, loss of appetite, slight fever, chills, and nightly sweat. See how that can be mistaken as the flu? Coughing up blood is really what puts people to say they have TB. Usually, for the most part, people do cough up. Like they cough and it's like splats of blood that comes out that makes a doctor or a nurse say, yeah, they have TB. Otherwise, they got to test you for pneumonia, they test you for flu, and then they usually test you for TB. Because you can never tell. Unless you do an x-ray. Okay? Usually, TB can be cured by taking all prescribed medications. Usually. However, if left untreated, the result is death. I already told y'all these. When caring for residents who have TB, NAs should follow standard precautions and airborne precautions. They should use personal protective equipment as instructed, specialized masks, respirators, such as N95 or high efficient particulate air, HEPA, right? Must be used. NAs must take care when handling sputum, vomit. Residents will be placed in a special airborne infectious isolation room, AIIR. The rooms that you seen when people had COVID, the little plastic bubble. Yeah, they really do put you in that. These rooms have controlled flow of air, meaning the air is not going anywhere but inside that room, which is why it's closed off like that. The door to this room should remain closed except when entering and exiting the room. The door should not be open or closed quickly. This pulls contaminated air into the hallway. NAs must follow isolation procedures if directed. They should help the resident remember to take all medication prescribed. Failure to do so is a major factor in the spread of TB. The reason why TB spreads so fast is because people don't take all the damn medications. It's a lot of them to take. It is. It's a lot of them to take. And people don't get rid of it because they don't take everything. No, there it is. Now, I see our next answer to our next question here. COVID-19 is classified as a blank and a blank disease. Ready? Of course you are. COVID-19, coronavirus disease, is a droplet and airborne disease. You know how they say cover your mouth when you sneeze, wear a mask when you sneeze, don't cough on people? Droplet and airborne. Here's the next thing. Hi T-Man, how are you? I'm doing good. I'm studying, trying to get through this fast. All right, here we go. Which of the following contributes significantly to the spread of COVID-19? Now I'm about to read it and we'll find out the answer. It is transmitted through droplets and particles produced when the infected person breathes, sneezes, coughs, sings, or talks. It may be more likely to spread among people who are in close contact within 6 feet of one another. So, what does that say? However, inhalation of the virus in the air can also occur at a distance greater than 6 feet. Aerosol particles can move through an indoor space and can linger for some time even after an infected person has left. Here we go. Enclosed spaces with poor ventilation increase the risk of infection, as do crowded spaces and prolonged exposure. All right. Enclosed spaces, I'll read this again, with poor ventilation increase the risk of infection, as do crowded spaces and prolonged exposure. So what's the answer? Enclosed spaces with poor ventilation. Here we go. Now, here we got short answers. Make a check mark next to the tasks that require a nursing assistant to wear gloves. Contact with bodily fluids. Check. When the NA may touch blood. Check. Brushing the resident's hair. Check. Answering the telephone. No. Assisting with prenatal care. Check. Washing vegetables. Check. Giving a massage to a resident who has acne on her back. Check. Assisting with mouth care. Check. Shaving a resident. Check. Are you a nurse? No. Yes, but no. Yes, but that's not what I'm studying right now. Okay. What is the correct order for putting on PPE? Now, we're gonna go all the way back here. See how I said some things are like first, wash your hands. Put on a gown. It's almost, are y'all hungry? Girls? Are you hungry? Put on a mask. Put on goggles or face shield.
No, we're not hungry. We're good. Bye. We're playing again. Is it about Papa, George, and do you know who's the last kid's name? Do you know the last kid's name?
Put on gloves.
Love you, Mom.
Love you too, Amber.
It's about we're playing a Peppa Pig game. Okay, so Peppa is in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So it's George and Evie, and George just pretend to be Mommy Pig, and I pretend to be Daddy Pig.
Okay.
And Mommy Pig is smaller than Daddy Pig, so that's why I pretend to be Daddy Pig. That's why she's pretend to be Mommy Pig.
Okay, have fun.
Have fun.
Okay. To put them on, wash hands, put on gown, put on a mask, put on goggles or face shield, put on gloves. All right. To remove it, remove gloves, remove goggles and face shield. Remove and discard gown. Remove and discard mask. Wash your hands. My classes are from 9 to 5, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. The last 3 classes that I have are 7 to 3. I have a total of 11 classes. I've already completed 1. So the next 7 classes are going to be 9 to 5, 3 days a week, and then 7 to 3, 3 days a week. Okay. Hi, VY2. All right, these are true or false. These are true or false. Now we're gonna go. True or false? Sterilization is a cleaning measure that destroys only pathogens but not all microorganisms. Here's the definition. Thank you. Of sterilization. Sterilization is a cleaning measure that destroys all microorganisms, including those that form spores. So that's false. MRSA can be spread through indirect contact by touching objects that has been contaminated with a person who has MRSA. We didn't read about MRSA yet, so we're gonna skip that. A nursing assistant does not need to wear gloves to clean up a small spill. False. You don't know what the hell the spill is. Even if you know, you don't know. Increasing the use of antibiotics help lower the risk of diarrhea? We ain't get there. We ain't reading nothing about that yet. Yes and no. I already have my nurse's license. This is for CNA work. A nursing assistant should use her hands to pick up large piece of broken glass and use a broom and dustpan for small pieces. No. You know why? Because the glass can cut you. Don't ever touch the glass. MRSA is always spread by direct and physical contact. We didn't read that yet. VRE causes life-threatening. We didn't read that either. We didn't read that. Disinfectant should be placed on spilled fluid before absorbing and removing the fluid. False. You always put the absorbing stuff first and then the fluid later. All right, here's something we might be able to do. Read the following and mark ER for employer or EE for employee to show who was responsible for infection prevention measures. Immediately report any exposure to infection, blood, and body fluids. I don't think we read that yet. Provide personal PPE equipment and train how to properly use it. That's the employer's job. So ER. Follow all facility policies and procedures. EE. Take advantage of the free hepatitis B vaccine. EE. Provide continuing in-service education about infection prevention. ER. Establish infection prevention procedures and exposure control plan. That's the ER. Follow resident care plans and assignments. EE. Participate in annual educational programs covering infection prevention. EE. Use provided, okay. Use PPE equipment as indicated or as appropriate. EE. Provide free hepatitis B shot. ER. Yes. They work really hard. What's up?
I'm a statue. I'm a statue. Statues don't talk or move. They just move when no one's looking. Beep, beep.
Go play.
Beep, 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 beep.
Just about done.
Okay.
Oh, we almost missed a question. How should dirty linen be rolled or folded? Mila, get going. This is really hard. Don't forget to subscribe, guys. Subscribe. This is work really hard. I'll tell you that. Get off of that. What do you want? Where's your juice? I don't have it. Okay.
Mommy.
What do you want?
I want to.
Go get it. Where's your cup?
I can't open it.
Go get it so I can open it. Where's your cup? That's not your cup.
It's my cup.
No, that is your cup, but where's your green cup? Go ask Milo where your green cup is. Truck driver. Where's your cup? Go get it. So Milo help you find your cup. Alright, here we go. Linen. The dirty area of the linen. Here we go. Hi, Nicole. Here's the answer. Okay, here's the answer about the linens, okay? Fold or roll linen so that the dirtiest area is inside. We almost missed that question. The dirty area should be inside. It's just like your gloves. The outside of your gloves is the dirtiest area. So when you take them off like this, dirty areas on the inside of the glove. And do the same thing on the other side here. Go. Let's make sure we got all these questions. Hi Nicole, how are you? I wanna get my CDO. I am still gonna keep my nursing license and CNA license active. Okay. The next questions are about MRSA, VRE, it's not charged yet. Leave it alone. If you want to watch something, just put it on the TV. Alright. Now we're going to skip all the way to the front. All the way to the back rather. Oh, we're on the last chapter of chapter 2. Thank God. Last couple pages of chapter 2. Where do we leave off at? Out. Tell Milo to get it. It's on the dresser. You're just in here ready. No, not this one. In your room. My room? By the TV. Signs and symptoms of COVID-19 offer in a pair with 3 to 5 days of exposure to the virus. They include fevers, chills, cough, congestion, fatigue, and the shortness of breath. Muscle aches, sore throat, loss of taste or smell, nausea and vomiting, diarrhea, and headache are also signs and symptoms. Some people experience mild symptoms while others have severe symptoms that require hospitalization, medication, and the use of a ventilator, machine that assists with or replace breathing when a person cannot breathe on his own. The disease can also result in death. Okay. People who are at a higher risk for serious complication and death from this disease includes older adults, people of any age with certain underlying medical conditions, and people who are unvaccinated. I'm unvaccinated. And I have underlying medical condition, asthma. My asthma already affects my lungs, as in my lungs are smaller than a normal person's lungs. I've had COVID while pregnant. I'm still here. Just throwing that out there. I don't think there's anything there we need to highlight at the moment. Some people develop long COVID or post-COVID conditions, PCC, after having the disease, which has been defined as symptoms and conditions lasting 3 months or more after having the virus that were not persistent before the person had COVID. Meaning if you just lose your taste of smell and cough and taste of it. Tell Maya to put it on. Tell Mila to put it on. Several vaccines have been approved to preventing or reducing the severity of COVID-19. The recommended vaccines may be a single dose or multiple doses depending on a person's age and health conditions. The CDC encourages everyone to remain up to date with all recommended COVID-19 vaccine doses. Long-term facility carers must follow federal and state guidelines, so policies may change as new information becomes available. Testing may be performed regularly on all residents and staff, or may be performed when a person has symptoms or is exposed to a positive case. Rapid tests, sometimes called antigen tests, give results within minutes but are not always accurate. PCR tests are usually sent to the lab and take longer to process, but the results are more likely to be accurate. Treatment for COVID-19 includes antiviral medications and monoclonal antibodies. Residents who have this disease will be separated from those who do not. Ideally, certain nurses and NAs will be assigned to work only with residents who have COVID-19. Oh, right, that's about MRSA. All right. We ain't read on MRSA yet. COVID-19 guidelines. Follow standard precautions and transmission-based precautions. All residents who need to be monitored daily, whether or not they have been diagnosed with COVID-19, measure vital signs as ordered and report changes to the supervisor immediately. You may be asked to obtain a pulse omnimeter, oximeter reading. That's in chapter 7. Hi, Nicole. Report anything that the resident tells you about his symptoms. Wear the proper mask, usually an N95 or other respirator that covers your nose and mouth when caring for residents. During outbreaks, you may be required to wear a mask at all times while you're at the facility. Wear additional PPE, gloves and eye protection, and gown as required. Residents who test positive for COVID-19 will be asked to stay in their rooms unless they must leave for certain essential medical care. The door should be kept closed when you are in a resident's room. Maintain a distance of at least 6 feet when possible. If residents are in airborne infections isolation room, AIIR, keep the doors closed except when entering the room. When entering the room, do not open or close the door quickly. This pulls contaminated air into the hallway. Use disposable supplies that can be discarded after whenever possible. Use dedicated only for use by one resident. Equipment when disposable is not an option. Do not share any personal items among residents. Wash your hands often. Use soap and running water and scrub for at least 120 seconds. If soap and water is not available, use a hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. A resident with known or suspected COVID-19 infections must wear high-quality masks when she is near other people. Visitors should also wear a high-quality mask and maintain a distance of 6 feet when possible. Clean frequently. Touch surfaces with the proper cleaning spray or wipes. Ensure residents to rest and drink fluids to maintain hydration. Do not touch your eyes, nose, or mouth. Wash your hands after coughing or sneezing. Do not go to work if you feel sick or have a fever. Follow your facility's policies regarding testing, quarantine, and isolation, as well as when to return to work. For many people, symptoms improve within a week, but it is most important to report any signs or symptoms that indicate the illness is getting worse. Difficulty breathing, persistent pain or pressure in the chest, confusion, difficulty walking or remaining alert, prolonged evaluation, temperature, discolored or cyanotic skin. Thank you. Where did I buy what? Hi, Prime Theo. My life is good. MRSA is a common type of bacteria that can cause infection. Methicillin is a powerful anti. Hold on. All right, here we go. This is where we start highlighting. Now we're on MRSA. That can cause bacteria. Methicillin is a powerful antibiotic, often used in a healthcare facility. Methicillin resistant, or MRSA, is a strand of this bacterium that has developed the resistance to methicillin. So we highlight different colors because there's different pieces of information, especially when it's all in the same paragraph. Here we go. Something else that needs to be highlighted. Resistance means that the drug no longer works to kill the specific bacteria. This type of MRSA is also known as HA-MRSA, which stands for hospital-associated MRSA. Community-associated methicillin-resistant CA-MRSA is a type of MRSA infection that occurs in people who have not recently been admitted to a healthcare facility and who have not passed diagnosis of MRSA. Journey, go play. Often CA-MRSA manifests as skin infections such as boils or pimples. This type of infection is becoming more common. Tell Mila to put your tablet on. Is it dead?
No.
Tell her to put it on. Mila, come here. Come here. Come here. You know you hear me calling you. MRSA is almost always spread by direct physical contact with the infected person. Did you put that baby tablet on for her?
The baby tablet?
Mm-hmm.
Where is it?
She has it somewhere. Put it on for her, please.
Johnny, where's the tablet?
I think that's one of our questions. Most MRSA is almost always spread by direct physical contact. True. This means a person has MRSA on his skin, especially on his hands, and touches another person. He may spread MRSA. Spread also occurs through indirect contact by touching equipment or supplies contaminated by a person with MRSA. That's another one of my questions. True. Okay. Symptoms of MRSA infection include drainage, fever, chills, and redness. NAs can help prevent the spread of MRSA by practicing proper hygiene. Hand washing using soap and water is the single most important measure to control the spread of MRSA. Thank you, Tesla. Thanks for stopping by. Hand washing will not help control the spread of MRSA. False. All right, the other questions are for VRE. Let's see. We're almost done chapter 2, guys. Oh my goodness. And this is actually getting uncomfortable sitting like this. I'm gonna feed these kids at 2. So we got about 45 minutes to finish this up. Hand washing using soap and water. Okay, we did that. NAs must also follow standard precautions along with transmission-based precautions as ordered. Hey, Maisie. How are you? As ordered. Cuts and abrasions should be kept clean and covered with proper dressing, bandage, until healed. Contact with other people's wounds or material that is contaminated with wounds should be avoided. Enterocoli are bacteria that live in the digestive and genital tract. Now we on to something new. Although they normally do not cause problems in healthy people, they can sometimes cause infection. Vancomycin is a powerful antibiotic used to treat infections caused by MRSA. That's important too. Vancomycin. And there's something under it. It's just about the basic outline. If the enterocoli become resistant to vancomycin, then it is called vancomycin resistant VRE. Remember, resistant means the drug doesn't work for you anymore. Sometimes your body, just like your body can be insulin resistant, it can be resistant to some other shit too. VRE is spread through direct and indirect contact. We need to see if that's a question somewhere on this homework book. Oh, why does it keep getting so far? I did that side. So we're literally looking for 1, 2, 3, 4 questions. I am almost done chapter 2 of the homework book, and the last page of I'm almost done chapter 2. Chapter 2 has over 80 something pages. By the way, if y'all think I read slower, I'm stupid. It has over 80 something pages. And a lot of information. My instructor said chapter 2 is the hardest damn chapter in the book. Literally, everybody has to go over it multiple times. Yes, Sandy, I remember you. Welcome back. Symptoms are VRE infection include fever, fatigue, chills, and drainage. VRE infections are often difficult to treat and may require several medications. VRE infections can cause life-threatening infections in those with weak immune systems, the very young, the very old, and the very ill. That's a damn question on the thing. But that's literally what it says, y'all. VRE infections can cause life-threatening infections in those with weak immune systems, the very young, the very old, and the very ill. That is funny. I'm sorry, I can have a dark sense of humor sometimes, but that is funny. But we get with weak immune systems, true. So we have 1, 2, 3 different questions to look for. Increase of antibiotics, frequent hand washing, both sanitizers and all that. Yeah, I'll get to there in a second. Preventing VRE is much easier than trying to treat it. Proper hand washing can help prevent the spread of VRE. NA should wash their their hands often and wear PPE as directed. NAs must always follow standard precautions along with transmission-based precautions as ordered. Items may need to be disinfected. The information should be listed in the care plan. So that's the end for VRE. VRE wasn't long. Hi, Lexi. Jergens, hi. Frequent hand washing. Obviously, that's true. All right, the next two questions are about the CDI. Colostridiasis, difficile, formerly known as, infection. Okay, we just gonna highlight this. Because I'm not finna sit here and look stupid trying to pronounce this word. This is why I can't wait to get back to school. I got so many questions to ask. Is a spore-forming bacteria which can be part of the normal intestinal flora. Let's see. Alright, when the normal intestinal flora is altered, C. difficile can flourish in the intestinal tract and cause infection. It produces toxins that can cause a watery diarrhea. Oh Lord, this is literally, oh Lord. Enzymes, nasogastric tubes insertion, and GI tract surgery increases a person's risk of developing the infection. Hi, Rajit. Hi, Harriet. Hi, Jackson. Don't forget to subscribe, everybody. The elderly are at high risk of getting C. difficile infection. The overuse of antibiotics may also alter the normal intestinal flora and increase the risk of developing C. difficile. It can also cause colitis, a more serious intestinal condition. So here we go. First, the overuse of antibiotics may also alter the normal intestinal flora and increase the risk of developing C. difficile. It can also cause colitis and more serious intestinal condition. So, hello, Rajit. Hello. False. The increased use. You don't need to use that much. Alright. When released in the environment, C. difficile can form a spore that makes it difficult to kill. These spores can be carried on the hands in people who have direct contact with infected residents or with environmental services. Floors, bedpans, toilets. Contaminated with C. difficile, touching an object contaminated with C. difficile can transmit. Get out my hallway.
Sorry, I'm just hot.
What are you doing?
Just cooling myself down.
In the hallway?
I just.
Go sit on your bed. I get it in a second. Give me like 5 minutes.
Okay, I can read that up.
I'm sure.
Just tell me when it's lunchtime.
Rika, are you hungry?
No.
Alright. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me read this and get this last question. These spores can be carried on the hands of people who have direct contact with infected residents or with environmental surfaces contaminated with C. diff. Touching an object contaminated with C. difficile can transmit the infection. Alcohol-based hand sanitizers is not considered effective on C. difficile. Soap and water must be used each time hand hygiene is performed. So, What do we got? Alcohol-based hand sanitizer is not considered effective on C. difficile. So that answers the last question that we have on our homework book. And false. Now, we have done that part. Now I'm gonna write my name on number 3. All right. Now, see, we have made it to chapter 3. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So really about 8 pages, 19 pages front and back, 18 pages altogether. And let me actually just finish reading this before I get up. Symptoms of C. difficile include frequent foul-smelling watery stools. Other symptoms are fever, diarrhea that contain blood and mucus, nausea, lack of appetite, and abdominal cramps. Proper hand washing with soap and water is vital in preventing the spread of an infection. Handling contaminated waste properly can help prevent the spread. Cleaning surfaces with a proper disinfectant such as bleach solution can also reduce transmission. Limiting the use of antibiotics helps lower the risk of developing C. difficile infection. Employees' responsibilities. The employer's responsibility for infection prevention includes the following: establish infection prevention procedures and exposure control plan to protect workers. Provide continuing in-service education on infection prevention and controlling, including bloodborne and airborne pathogens, and updates on any new safety standards. Have written procedures to follow should an exposure occur, including medical treatments and plan to prevent similar exposures. Provide personal protective equipment for employees to use and teach them how to use it properly. Provide free hepatitis B vaccines for vaccinations for all employees. The employee's responsibility for infection prevention includes the following: follow standard precautions, follow all facilities policies and procedures, follow care plans and assignments, use PPE as indicated or as appropriate, take advantage of the free hepatitis B vaccination, immediately report any exposure to infection, blood, or body fluids, participate in annual education programs covering the prevention of infection. All right, we have closed out chapter 2. Now, these kids told me that they were super cold earlier, and I turned the air off. Now they're hot. Now, let's see what you guys are saying. Rico, I am studying my CNA school stuff. Studying to be a CNA. Okay. Air is on. Come on. Come on, what? I'm leaving. I was up to your channel. Oh, yeah, you were trying to say channel. I'm leaving. Okay, well, bye. Let me see if they're hungry. Is anybody hungry? Is anybody hungry yet?
Yes. Just, can we eat some sandwiches?
You want peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
Yeah. Can I have a strawberry one?
I don't think I have strawberry ones. I think I just got the jelly ones. Come on, guys. Come on. Go sit down in the living room. Nyla?
It's in my strawberry one.
I just told you I didn't have strawberry. I only picked up jelly.
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear you. I wasn't listening.
I believe it.
Wait, Daddy, have a sit that thing?
If y'all want another one, just grab it and I'll open it. About snacks. I'm trying to finish up because I want to go out to the park or to the library. I have to do chapter 3. 1 second though. Oh, there's something I forgot to do. Alright guys, I'm back. Whew, I have not went to the bathroom all day. Alright, kids gave me one and we're good. How many pages in chapter 3? 9, give or take. 18 really. Like 18, 19. Front and back, if we're counting front and backwards, yes. Turn that down. Turn it down. I can hear them turning the damn TV on from right here. I know it's loud. All right. Here we go. We're gonna have it. This should be pretty quick. Identifying.
I need help with the TV.
What's wrong with it?
It only has one movie in the fetus. She stacked it. I don't know what. You have to come.
No, I don't. What's wrong with the TV?
Well, there was a There was only one movie in this no way I can watch anything else on YouTube. You have to come and see this. Let's watch one with the TV. I promise you, it's kind of the answer.
What are you trying to watch?
I'm trying to watch Peppa Pig Tales on there.
On what?
YouTube.
Netflix has Peppa Pig.
I know, but it's not the kind of Peppa Pig I want to watch. I'm
So-
talking about the other one.
So do you know how to type in Peppa Pig Tales?
Yeah, yes. Netflix doesn't have that kind of Peppa Pig.
So you're on YouTube.
Yes, and that's the only way that I can find Peppa Pig's Tales. I watched that. I watched it in my room.
Okay. So I'm not understanding what the problem is.
If you don't understand what the problem is, you have to just come. And then you know what the problem is.
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to put on Peppa Pig's Tales. I'm not talking about the one.
On YouTube, right?
Yes.
So did you type it in the search bar?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know how to type it in?
Type it in?
Yes.
What does type it in mean?
Exactly.
I have to hurry up.
Can you find something else to watch?
But that's my favorite kind of Peppa Pig.
Okay, well watch Peppa Pig on Netflix until I'm done my homework. I got one chapter left. Okay? Just watching something else really quick. Bye. How do I feel that I have 939 subscribers? Not 1,000, but I'm definitely grateful for it. 939. I had one like 140 something, 140 at least last night. Turn it down. Okay. Understanding residents. Identify basic human needs. People have different genes, physical appearances, culture backgrounds, ages, and social and financial positions, but all human beings have the same basic psychological needs. Food and water, protection and shelter, activity, sleep and rest, comfort, especially freedom from pain. People also have psychological needs, which involve social interaction, emotions, intellect, and spirituality. Although they are not easy to define as psychological needs, physiological, psychosocial needs include the following: love and affection, acceptance by others, safety and security, self-resilience and independence in daily living. I'm writing this as I go because these are the first two questions. Self-reliance and independence in daily living. Contact with others. Success and self-esteem. Complete your own hierarchy of needs below. The first two examples have already been completed for you. Okay. Health and well-being affect how well psychosocial needs are met. Stress and frustration occur when basic needs are not met. This can lead to fear, anger, anxiety, anger, aggression, withdrawal, indifference, and depression. Stress can also cause physical problems that may eventually lead to illness. Abraham Maslow was a researcher of human behavior. He wrote about human psychological and psychosocial needs. He arranged these needs by order of importance. He thought that physiological needs must be met before psychosocial needs can be met. His theory is called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Human beings also have sexual needs. These needs continue throughout their lives. Sexual urges do not end due to age or admission to a care facility. The ability to engage in sexual activities such as intercourse and masturbation continues unless disease or injury occurs to prevent it. A couple things to mark off here. Hi, Leah. Hi. Masturbation means to touch or rub sexual organs in order to give oneself or another person sexual pleasure. Residents have the right to choose how they express their sexuality. In all age groups, there is a variety of sexual behavior. This is also true of residents. Need for self-actualization. The need to learn, create, and realize one's own potential. Need for self-esteem. Achievement, belief in one's own worth and value. Need for love, feeling love and accepted belonging. Safety and security. Shelter, clothing, protection from harm and stability. Physiological needs. Oxygen, food, water, elimination, and rest. How was church? 3 hours. Okay. Not bad. Alright, here we go. We got true or false. Elderly people do not have sexual urges. False. The ability to engage in sexual activity usually continues unless disease or injury occurs. True. Residents have the legal right to choose how they express their sexuality. True. All elderly people have the same sexual behaviors and desires. False. An NA should use a resident's preferred pronouns. True. I don't know why I ended up putting false, but true. The NA should always knock and wait for a response before entering the resident's room. True. If an NA sees a sexual encounter between consenting adults, residents, she should ask them to stop and wait until the nurse approves it. False. If an NA encounters a resident being sexually abused, he should take the resident to a safe place and then notify the nurse. That is true. 10 to 1. You want another one? Can you bring me one? Don't forget to subscribe.
Let's swap. That's how we swap.
I'm on my last chapter. For today. Respecting sexual needs. I haven't seen them sold in the markets where I get these from. I've only seen these ones and the strawberry ones. I like hazelnut. Always knock or announce yourself before entering resident's room. Listen and wait for a response before entering. You got that. If you encounter a sexual situation between consenting adults, provide privacy and leave the room. Do not make the assumption that all residents are straight. Be open and non-judgmental about residents' sexual attitude. Respect residents' sexual choices, sexual orientation, and gender identity, no matter what your personal religious feelings regarding sexuality may be. Always treat residents with respect. When possible, ask residents which pronouns they would like you to use and use them. They, them, she, her, he, him. Using a person's pronouns correctly is an important way to show respect and acceptance. Always use a transgender person's chosen name. Honor, do not disturb signs. Do not view expression of sexuality by the elderly as cute, disturbing, or disgusting. Why would it be cute? It is. Yeah, I just don't want to see that. I don't really care, but please don't. Lord bless it. The attitude is inappropriate. It deprives residents of their right to dignity and respect. Can you imagine two old folks getting it in a nursing home? You walk in, they both just about sick. Oxygen cords all over the place. Lord have mercy. Residents must be protected from unwanted sexual advances. If an NA sees sexual abuse happening, he should remove the resident from the situation and take the resident to a safe place. The NA should then report to the nurse immediately. I don't want to imagine it either. I don't really care. I'm glad you can still do it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here. Do you know how fast I'll walk out? As long as I see both of them are consenting and okay with what's going on, I'm leaving. I'm not coming back for at least another hour. I'm really not. No. All right. You want another one? Tell Mila, grab you another one. Mila, get the baby another sandwich and bring it here so I can open it. Helping residents meet their spiritual needs can help them cope with illness and disability. Spirituality is a sensitive area. NAs must never make judgments about residents' spirituality, belief, or try to push their own belief on residents.
I am a robot.
You a robot?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, clean, fast for the hills, girl. I mean, I'm leaving. I don't want to be involved. Don't forget to subscribe, everybody. I don't even know what to do. I just take all these breaths because everything is just so old and droopy. Ugh. I don't want to deal with that. Learn about residents' religion or disbelief or beliefs. Listen carefully to what the residents say. Respect residents' decision to participate or refrain from food-related rituals. If residents are religious, encourage participation in religious services. Respect all religious items. Report to the nurse if residents respect the desire to see religious leaders. Allow privacy from visits from religious leaders. If asked, read religious materials aloud. If you are uncomfortable doing this, find another staff member who is not. See, that's the thing. Hi, I can't. Saw Miss. Hi. See, that's the thing. You cannot be forced to read religious books to your residents. Anybody going in the healthcare field, you cannot be forced to do that. It is also against your rights. If someone is Muslim, say, or they're atheist and you're Christian, and they want you to read their satanic Bible or their Asiatic Bible, you literally can refuse to do so. The most you can do or have to do is if they ask for one of their religious leaders to be called upon and come in to pray or whatever over them, you have to abide by that. But you do not have to read or participate with them in anything religious of their own. Pray with them, you do not have to do that. And I say this because, just at one of my clients' house, one of my residents' house, they pray or say a prayer when I serve him breakfast. Him and his daughter. His daughter is his caretaker, and I'm just there to, help through the day, keep him clean and all that stuff. Go potty. And she asked me one day, she said, do you know how to say the grace? Usually when, I have watched them say grace, I just step back and let them say grace together before I hand him his food. And she was like, do you know how to say the grace? I said, no, I don't. I'm coming. I said, no, I don't know how to say the grace. And I've never asked. I'm coming. Stop yelling. I've never asked what their religious beliefs were. I'm only there for 2 hours with them, but the shortest clients I have. And what I had realized was they're Christian, but I believe they're Catholic. I'm not Catholic. And she said, you have to learn how to say the grace. For my dad, we say grace in this house. And I had to tell her, that's your right, to participate in that. The most I'm actually The only thing I'm actually by law required to do is to read him, not read him his book, but bring him his book and all of that stuff. And she was actually mad at me that I did not participate in their prayer. So keep that in mind. If asked, read religious materials aloud. If you are uncomfortable doing this, find another staff member who is not. I draw the limit at certain stuff. I don't mind anybody practicing any religion, but certain stuff I will draw a line at. I do not pray with everybody. Okay, just because you're Christian, there are different types of Christian, Catholic, Methodist. It's just so many different forms. Unless we on the same boat, I'm not going to pray with you. Okay, you can't pray with everybody, and I say that as an energy basis, more or less a spiritual thing. You should not just pray with anybody. Okay. Some people be praying to somebody else, and you be praying to God. They be praying to hell. Don't do it. Okay. If a resident asks you help find spiritual resources in the area, check the internet for churches, synagogues, mosques, and other houses of worship. You can also refer this request to the nurse or the social worker. You should never do any of the following. Try to change someone's religion. Tell a resident their belief or religion is wrong. Express judgments about a religious group. Insist residents join religious activities. Interfere with religious practices. Discuss your personal beliefs or opinions, either directly or indirectly. So the most I'll say is, that's not my religion. It's not an opinion, it's a fact. If it's not, I don't join in certain stuff. Here's the short answers. Please place a check mark next to examples of appropriate ways to help residents with their spirituality. A resident tells his NA that he cannot drink milk with his hamburger due to his religious belief. He asks for some water instead. The NA takes the milk away and brings some water. Smooth hop operator, how are you? That's good. How are you? I'm doing good. I am studying. We're actually moving through this fast. A resident tells her NA that she is a Baptist and wants to know when the next Baptist service will be available. See, Baptist, that's another one. This is what I'm reading. I'm doing my homework and CNA school book. Why don't you just attend a Catholic service instead? I'm Catholic and my church is close by. That's not good. A resident asks an NA to read a passage from his Bible. The NA opens the Bible and begins to read. Only if you're comfortable. If you don't feel, hi, Jergens. If you don't feel comfortable reading a Bible and you're Muslim as a assistant, you don't have to. Find somebody else to do it. A resident wants to see a rabbi. The NA reports this request to the nurse. Good. I wouldn't even know. Highlight. Get different color highlighters. Highlight every damn thing. Study beforehand. Like me. I've had to study chapters 1, 2, and 3. Break it up into pieces. Hey, I notice I study better when I'm multitasking. For some reason, when I'm home and it's quiet and I'm alone, I can't focus on studying. I don't know. And then an NA sees a Buddha statue in a resident's room. The NA chuckles and tells the resident, "This little guy is so cute." So a CNA is neither, actually. It's a trade. It's not a college. And I'm definitely not in high school. I haven't been in high school in just about 16 years. I'm just out of college last month on the 20th. A spiritual leader is visiting with a resident. The NA quietly leaves the room and shuts the door. That's good. A resident tells his NA that he is Muslim. The NA begins to explain Christianity to him and asks him to attend a Christian service just to see what it's like. Not good. You can literally get fired for that. A resident tells the NA that she does not believe in God. The NA does believe in God, but does not argue with the resident. The NA listens quietly as the resident explains her reasons. Cool. I usually by then just told him out. Define holistic care. You're still in high school. Well, see, yeah, I graduated early. I graduated when I was 15. I went to a private school. So I graduated at 15. I graduated a month before my 16th birthday. Exactly 1 month before my 16th birthday. Okay. Define holistic care. Holistic means considering a whole system, such as a whole person, rather than dividing the system up into parts. Something to highlight. Now, holistic care means caring for the whole person, the mind as well as the body. So how do we identify, in your own words, briefly identify holistic care? I'm not in high school. I think that's what you meant to say. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. If you're smart enough, you can graduate early here in the U.S. I didn't know that. That's good to know. This is the approach NA should use when caring for residents. Caring for a person holistically is part of providing personal-centered care. Personal-centered care revolves around the resident and promotes their individual preferences, choices, dignity, and interests. A simple example of holistic care is taking time to talk with residents while helping them bathe. The NA is meeting the psychological need with the bath and meeting the psychosocial need for interaction with others at the same time. Talking to your residents while you bathe can be a hit or miss. Sometimes they don't hear you. Sometimes they're huffing and puffing because they don't want their ass washed. Sometimes they're just a little sad that they have to be getting their ass washed by someone else. I try to make a joke. Especially just any type of joke. Just make a joke. Explain why promoting independence and self-care is important. Any big change in lifestyle, such as moving into a long-term care facility, requires a huge emotional adjustment. Residents may be experiencing fear, anxiety, loss, and uncertainty along with their decline in health and independence.
Are you done with this, with the page?
No.
you said you had one more page.
I did not say that. I said I had one more chapter.
One more chapter? What's the chapter?
From 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4.
Like you're counting? Like 1 all the way to 100?
No.
Not
Like this.
really?
No, look.
Let me see.
So this is the start of chapter 2. Right here.
It
Chapter
was
2 ends right here. So that's a chapter. Chapters are in books. You're not reading chapter books, right?
Mom, when does the number 3 end? The number 3 chapter end?
When I'm at this right here. All the way back here.
Oh, when you there at that chapter?
So I'll be done in a little bit. I think it's like 9 pages I have to read and write and do homework with. Go play. Go get some juice. Did you drink all your juice out your cup?
Let me go check.
Yes, go check. Where were we? Yes, I have 2 of them. I have 2 girls. Don't forget to subscribe. Other common reactions to illness are denial, withdrawal, anger, and depression. All these feelings may cause residents to behave differently than they had before. Each person adjusts to illness and change in their own way and in their own time. It is important for NAs to be supportive and encouraging. NAs should be patient, understanding, and empathetic.
No, I didn't.
Yes. Leah, you're right. Mila and Journey.
Nope, I have a bit more in there.
All right, drink your juice, watch some TV. When we're done, everybody's getting up and we're going to get some outside time.
At the park? You said we might go there.
Yes, we might.
I knew you said you might. I was trying not to make your homework.
It's okay.
But I thought only kids do homework, not grown-ups.
Grown-ups do homework when they're trying to create a better life for their kids. Go play.
I told you I had a better life. Because of my attitude that I had yesterday.
Oh, your attitude. Yeah, that was cute.
The one I had yesterday.
Yeah, I believe it. The attitude she had yesterday. Let her tell it. It was not an attitude. She damn near had a tantrum. Where we at? Okay. Moving to a care facility represents a tremendous loss of independence for a resident. And this can be very difficult. Somebody else must now do what the resident did for themselves all of their lives. Now, let's see. It is also difficult for residents, families, and family members. For example, a resident may have been the main provider for her family. A resident may have been the person who did all of the cooking for the family. Other losses residents may be experiencing, including the following: loss of a spouse, family member, or friends due to death, loss of workplace in its relationship due to retirement, loss of ability to go to favorite places, loss of ability to attend services and meetings at their faith communities, loss of home and personal possessions, loss of health and ability to care for themselves, loss of ability to move freely, loss of pets. Gay, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer, LGBTQ residents may fear the loss of a comfortable and accepting environment. Thank you, Leah. I tried my best to be. I tried my absolute best to be. I am tired. I've been up all morning studying this. Chapter 2 had way over 80 something pages and so many definitions and words and stuff I had to learn and try to remember. Okay. Independence often means not having to rely on others for money, daily care, or participation in social activities. Activities of daily living are the personal care tasks a person does every day to care for himself. People may take these activities for granted until they can no longer do for themselves. ADLs, activities of daily living, include bathing or showering, dressing, caring for teeth or hair, eliminating, eating and drinking, and moving from place to place. When a person loses independence, these problems can result. Poor self-image, anger toward caregivers, others, and self, feeling of helplessness, sadness, and hopelessness, feeling of being useless, increased dependence, anxiety, and depression. You couldn't have kids? Hi. Have kids and study? Yeah, girl, it's a thing. That's why I keep telling them to go ahead and play. Just, it's a nicer way to say get out of my room. Even though earlier I did tell them to get out of my room. It is, yeah. Yeah, I can't even be like, yeah, it's good. It's easy to do. No, you see, I have to stop and hold a conversation with a 5-year-old, right? Yeah. To prevent these feelings, NA should require residents to do as much as possible for themselves, even if it seems easier for the NA to do the task for a resident. The resident should be allowed to do it independently. NAs must be patient and encourage self-care regardless of how long it takes or how well residents are able to do it. I am extremely tired. I've been up all morning. I've had to feed them breakfast. I have to stop and break up at least 2 fights this morning between the 2 of them. I clearly had to give out lunch, and then in about 10 minutes I'll be giving out snacks, 15 minutes rather. There's been a scene in here. Yeah. Thank you. I'm hoping I reach my 1,000 subscribers goal tonight too. I'm hoping. I am hoping. Hoping and wishing. Let me see. Let's check the iPad really quick. 9:40. Hmm? You did what? Look at it? What am I looking at?
My hands are messy.
Your hands are messy. Okay. Mila, can you wash your sister's hands, please? Can you help the baby wash her hands?
Wash her hands?
Mm-hmm. Her hands are messy.
Are you serious?
Come on, wash your hands for her. You too. Wash your hands too.
Both of us?
Yes. Let her wash her hands first. Wash your hands, girls. Yeah. Yeah.
Daddy, you done?
Hey, be nice. See what I mean? See what I mean? I have to. Dry your hands off. I will get it in a second.
Mom,
Yes.
my sister has to poop.
I know. I know. I said I'll get it.
Okay. Would you like
Did
a
you wash your hands?
Yes. Well done.
No, I'm good.
We just have to make sure to clean.
Okay. Very
My
clean.
different one. Clean.
Sure. Yeah. Yes. Very clean.
Mom,
Thank you. Very clean. Good job. Good
I
job.
left your markers.
Thank you.
They're
They're not.
colorful.
No. They're no. They're not. They're for me. Go play.
They're
These are not.
colorful.
I know. They're not toys. These are mine. Where the hell was I? Okay. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I get that. Loss of independence is very difficult for a person to deal with. I have 2 babies. A nursing assistant should allow a resident to do a blank independently. To do a task independently. Hi, Kinsley. A loss of independence can cause an increase.
Mom, my sister's bike makes a lot of noise. A lot of loud noise. It's making me cannot hear the TV.
Or what?
Journey's bike is making all that nonsense. It's making me not hear the TV. It's giving me a headache. talking about her bike.
Her bike. Why is she? Tell her to stop riding that bike in my house. Which one of the games would be a taste test on American Squid Games? Hopscotch sounds right. Hopscotch sounds like this should be it.
She said no.
Jordan, tell her to come here.
Johnny! Mom's calling you.
This is what I'm talking about. Are you riding that bike in my house? Don't ride the bike in the house. Okay.
Okay.
Are you almost ready for a snack?
I eat.
You eat?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want a snack?
Okay.
No, thank you. Okay. Are you sure? Do you want any fruit or chips?
I want to play the toys.
You want to play with your toys? Okay. Don't ride the bike in the house. We're going to go to the park in a little bit to ride our bikes, okay? No bikes in the house. No bikes in the house.
Okay.
Thank you. You have fives? Pound it. Good job. Elbows. Boop. One more.
More.
Boop.
More.
One once more.
Goodbye.
Good job. Now go play. No bike. I'm not racist, but I don't really want to see Americans. We could have went to China. We could have went to Japan. Anywhere. We could have went to the other Korea. Where were they? South Korea. North Korea is where they could have went. I don't know why the hell we in America. Increased. Anywhere, like it's so why the hell? I just feel like it's gonna be. If it ranks high on Netflix, we will watch it. Oh, go to my page, my community post. We're picking a new series to watch. The options are You, Wednesday, and The Umbrella Academy. Yep. So go ahead and vote on that. Oh, thank you. Don't forget to subscribe, everybody. Yeah. I don't think you pick Wednesday. I want to watch Wednesday too. I love Wednesday. Do we know when the next season is coming out? Season 3? Sarah, a nursing student, is assisting Mrs. Sanchez today. It's time to get Mrs. Sanchez dressed and ready for breakfast. Sarah enters the room without knocking. She does not see Mrs. Sanchez as she walks over to the person and open. Gotta get you dressed. Right? Like I don't think it's gonna work. Yeah, I don't know who came up. I don't know who came up with that. These are open-ended questions. That's what I said. Like, it's not. It's really not even like who. All the fentanyl these folks is out here smoking. Good job.
These are the zoo animals. See? Look, we got 3 zoo animals. We got a manna, we got a teddy bear, and we got a bear, and we got a giraffe. These are all the animals that belong to the zoo. Isn't that right, Jenny? And Jenny, you can be the customer that wants to see the animals, and I can be the zookeeper. Let's go. Always.
If the foreman is the same, the front man is the same. I think he retired. Did he not retire? It looked like he retired. You watched last night with us. He retired, didn't he? Can you imagine? Hi, Princess. Can you imagine what the VIPs are going to be like in America? Please. The salesman was a woman in a suit, a blonde suit, a gray suit. Yeah, she knew him. But what if she's a woman? A blonde-haired woman. Just that pissed me off alone. Like, that pissed me off alone. And I'm not gonna say, oh, a woman can do. No, this is not that. This is just who looks better for the role. And she's ugly. Like, oh Lord have mercy. It's just literally like I'm gonna be so upset. I'm trying to tell you. Why did we not keep the old salesman? Again, did he die? I can be rude. She's ugly as hell. And now I mean it. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Yeah, the ponytail. Oh my gosh. She didn't even care about the flyaways. Nobody even noticed them. Except us. if it doesn't rank high on, like, she doesn't, like, she looks like she's on drugs herself. Like, that, she literally looks like she's on something herself. She looks like she's on drugs her damn self. The term cultural diversity refers to the variety of people. Get out of my kitchen. Get out of my kitchen. You can get out of my hallway, your room or the living room. Yes, she looked. I wouldn't let that woman who looks like she's on drugs slap me for nothing. I don't care if I win or lose. I would knock her ass out. Do you hear me? I mean, I would lay her flat out. What are you doing? And that big man that she was with, he could have really whooped her ass. I'm just like, I'd have choke slammed that lady. She ain't got it. Unfortunately, not for me. I don't, it's a no. I'm already judging it. It's a no for me, unfortunately. It's just, I'm not with it. I don't have time for that type of nonsense. I don't have time for such crazy nonsense. I don't know what type of dinosaur those kids are out there playing, but I wish they'd be quiet. Right, like, yeah. And he's big. Did you see him? Like, he had to be 6 something, while she looked like she stand about 5'8". Like, and he was a big guy. Like, see, it just makes no sense. It just makes no sense. I'm trying to tell you, like, he looked like he'll really get to you. Like, he'll really hurt you. And she just out there willingly slapping that man. Like, that's a grown man. And he weighed probably like 3 something. And your little stick self is just, it started off all bad already. and just toss her ass clean across the room. Clean through the alleyway, I would have tossed her. The most she probably got on her is a Glock. That's it. If you being thrown 6-10 feet away, you not grabbing no Glock until you land. Makes no sense. Just ridiculous. Hi, Narin. How are you? Not at all. Not in this life, the next, or the one after that. It wouldn't happen. I'm almost there, guys. I'm on 68. I gotta go to... Oh, never mind. She need to be. I would love to see that. I would love to see that. That would be... Yeah, I just... Good night. Good night. It's 2:39. But where are you that you're saying good night? It is not nighttime. There they go. It's a 42. Pew, pew, pew. Trying to tell you. It went left real quick, didn't it? Oh my gosh. This is one fly. I didn't kill all the flies they let in that damn house the other day. There they go arguing again. Not even a little bit. I just want to know. I want to know what they're fighting over. I'm trying to tell you. I heard it's gonna be a different director. Yeah, if it ranks high, you know, number one on Netflix, we'll watch it. Mm. Who the hell is that? Has he done anything good? Yeah, see? You don't even know what he's done. Right, because it's like, it is the US, so yeah, we on to something different. Yeah. Very true. Very, very true. Mm. Yeah. Activity is an essential part of a person's life and improves and maintains physical and mental health. Meaningful activities help promote independence, memory, self-esteem, and quality of life. In addition, physical activity can help manage illnesses such as diabetes, high blood pressure, and high cholesterol. Regular physical activity can also help in these ways: lessen the risk of heart attack, heart disease, colon cancer, diabetes, and obesity. Relieving anxiety and depression, improving mood and concentration, improving body function, lowering the risk of falls, improving sleep quality, improving the ability to cope with stress, increasing energy, increased appetite, and promoting better eating habits. Inactivity and mobility can result in physical and mental conditions such as the following: low self-esteem, anxiety, depression, boredom, pneumonia, urinary tract infections, skin breakdown, and pressure injuries, constipation, blood clots, dulling of the senses. Homeless guy don't look too interesting either. He just looks slow. I ain't mischief. She need to do some more exercise to improve it or something. Yes, more exercise. Type of infection, urinary tract. It's number 5. They got crossword puzzles in here. The ability to cope with this is one benefit of regular activity. CNA. Natural remedies, like what? Six. The ability to cope with this is one benefit of regular activity. Get to that in a second. OBRA. That's good. That's really good. Roaming. That is true. You guys are making good points. Like, yeah. Yep. You guys are right. Six. You're next. Where is it? Where is it? Hepatitis A, P, P, T, I, T. Okay. OBRA. OBR. Okay. The ability to cope with this is one benefit of regular activity. Stress. That's interesting that you said that. Yes, it has to be deleted, unfortunately. Yes. Unfortunately, I have not got caught while we do stream. Because that can happen too. Like YouTube can end the live as we're watching. But it hasn't happened. And we're going to keep hoping and praying that it does not happen. So that we can watch. But honestly, I delete it as soon as I'm in the live. Like I just delete it. As soon as I see the statistics, like if it shows me the views, it shows me how many subscribers, how many chats we got, I just screenshot it. Just for promotional uses, and it's deleted after that. It's gone. Lives help with the subscribers. No, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. But I've seen people who are monetized do the same thing, which is where I got the idea from. When you are monetized, you're actually able to edit the live and take out, certain parts and not show it and all of that good stuff. But, we get there. All of us are dead. All of us are dead. Try non-copyright music. Non-copyright music is what I do when I'm doing videos. Oh, okay. I think it's on Netflix, right? It's on Netflix. I think I've seen a little thing for it. Hi. So do you film or do you live stream it? Because if you like just record it and then edit it later, you can just turn your volume completely off and then just put non-copyright music and then do like voiceovers to it. I'm good, Narin. How are you? Have you guys seen what's it called? What's that movie with Taraji P? Oh, a live stream mostly. Gotcha. That live stream, that movie with Taraji P Henson in there. Stuck something. It's on Netflix. The black girl. I want to watch that. People keep telling me not to watch it, and they're like, "You're a single mom. You shouldn't watch it. It's really sad. It shows real life situations." I'm like, I need to watch it. I want to watch it. I want to watch it. That's what I'm saying. I want to watch it. I get it. I get it. I definitely do get it. The interaction from live streaming and sharing is definitely a thing. I get it. I get it. I do. The Rookie. Is that cop show? It is, okay. Heard about it. I think I've seen a couple. Where's my pen? Thank you, Wavy. Yes, yes, I am studying. Thank you. My favorite animal, I like elephants. I got picked up by an elephant in the zoo one time with my grandma. I think I was like 8 or 9, maybe like 9, 10. It just came to the thing and it just picked me up by his trunk and put me down. When it came to the front, the thing was so low and they had raised it higher that year. The gate was so low that when everybody, I was taking pictures of it with this camera my grandma had just got me. And I was so excited. As it was coming close, everybody around me was moving back like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And I was just standing there and it just picked me up. Like, brought me up and everybody was screaming and it just put me down and it just laid down right there. I've always loved them. Yeah. I actually enjoyed it. I wasn't sure why everybody else was backing away and screaming like they had no sense. I was actually very you know, I was chill. Mm-hmm.
Are you done with your chapters?
Mm-mm.
I thought your book was that big.
It is.
I thought your book was together. I thought this book was attached to this book. Mom, are you to this page?
Hmm?
Are you to this page? The page where we start when you stop back reading.
Mm-mm. I'll tell you when I'm close to there. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You only have 4 more pages left.
No, 10.
Is it afternoon? We've been
It is.
playing. We've been playing. We were playing too. And Mom, I have a picture that we took at the zoo. Look, all these animals and the babies that we picked up. Isn't this a cute picture? Look at the picture. Is it cute? Look at the picture. Is it cute? It's a big time picture.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's cute. We picked up the baby and the animals were on the floor. I don't like flies. Oh, there's a fly in your blanket. Look, there's a fly in your blanket.
Mm-hmm.
Let me try to blow it away. The fly was just on you. Hey, Jenny. A bear, you're biting my baby. Oh, dear.
Apparently, young adulthood is considered between the ages of 18 and 40. The millennials are gonna love this. Middle age starts at 40 to 65. That's ridiculous. I'm a young adult, apparently. Isn't that crazy? You want to take it off? Okay.
Joby, my puzzle, my service boots. Joby, my puzzle, service boots. We were playing a game.
Say it again. Leave that alone.
I didn't know what she's saying, Jenny.
What did you say?
She's saying, Jenny, you want to run the money pedals?
Okay. Y'all see that door?
This one?
Go out of it.
Sorry.
Take her with you.
Sister's saying something about money pedals. Did you say something?
Late adulthood. Yep. Open my door. Open my door.
Sorry.
Nah, I ain't say nothing about closing the door. Leave my door alone.
I thought you were busy.
Just touching stuff.
Ew, don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Here they go.
I don't like
You right? Like what? I don't even understand. I'm trying to read fast and do the homework at the same time as I'm reading. And they're chasing each other's around with boogers. Ageism. Wow. Prejudice towards stereotyping of and or discrimination against elder persons or the elderly is called ageism. Disease is a normal part of aging. Okay, so it's not. No. Responses and reflexes. False. Okay. Next one, done page. Okay, so reading or homework. Weaken immunity. It just seems like it's so much damn. Hi, I love Space TV. Yes, I do remember you. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 pages left of homework. Immunity weakens. I'm not. Squid Game 3. Are you sure? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Leah up there told me to tell you that we have already finished this season. Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Yeah. She wanted me to let you know that that was last night where we watched episode 5 and 6. You know. Who are you gonna believe here? She was saying this before you got on. I'm just kidding. Yeah, we watched it already though. Yeah, we watched 5 and 6. Somebody asked me to go over do 6 again because they missed it because I was only supposed to watch 5. But I feel like 6 was such a short episode, really. Like I think it was short. Like I think it was like 20 something minutes long. Ji-hoon. Only because he saved that baby. Literally. Intellectual disability. Okay. Formerly called mental retardation. I didn't know they changed the name. Is the most common developmental disability. I did not know they changed the name. Thanks, they should have kept it.
My tummy hurts a bit.
Where are you? She didn't even come in the room. Player 345. Not really tired anymore, you were saying. Albania? Albania? Where's that? Russia? Albania? Albania. I don't think I do. Albania. Europe? Albania. Okay. Next to Greece. Okay. Okay. All right. That gives me a better picture because Europe is pretty big. Okay. After this chapter, after chapter 3 is done, I'm done. Still got a few pages left. I'm on page 73. Gotta go to 81. I'm actually about to flip the page so y'all can count that from there. It's front and back reading and a lot of material. See, I gotta keep highlighting stuff and going back over stuff. Y'all want a snack? You want a snack? Yes, I'm talking to you. Do you want a snack?
Both of us?
Mm-hmm.
No. Yes. No.
No? Okay, you can go get a snack.
Hooray!
Stop touching that. Go play. If you don't want a snack.
No.
You don't want a snack?
Yes. But I'm hungry.
See? You know what I'm saying? I'm learning about mental health at the moment. Maureen, come on, bring it here so I can open it.
Hmm?
Chicka boom. Oh, I said a boom, chicka boom.
I said a boom, chicka boom. It's congratulations, chicka boom. You have to repeat after me.
That's nice.
It's congratulations, chicka boom. Let's repeat after me, Mom. Repeat after me. I said a boom, chicka boom. It's graduation, chicka boom.
It's graduation, chicka boom.
It's graduation, chicka boom. It's graduation. Oh yeah.
Oh, good job.
We learn to read, chicka boom. We learn to read, chicka boom. We learn to read, chicka boom. We learn to read, chicka laka, chicka boom. We learn to read.
No. Eat yours. This is sisters.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah. One more time. Writing style.
Here, alright, good. Alright, that's good. Good song. Get your chips. Listen.
It's not the whole song.
I know. Don't you dare. Go. You asked for it. You asked for it. You asked for the chips. Anxiety is uneasiness, worry, or fear, often about a situation or condition. See, as I'm reading, I'm doing the homework back of it. Anxiety. An intense, irrational fear or anxiety about an object, place, or situation. I gotta get up at 5 a.m. For school, to leave to go to school, so I don't think I'll be watching anything tonight. I'll watch it tomorrow night, but not tonight. I still gotta check the stats and see what series we're gonna start, but once I do, you guys, if you guys go on my community post page, you'll see what series we picked, and I'll post obviously when I'm starting it and what times and all of that good stuff. Hi Sydney, welcome back. Yeah, because the first night of class, I went to sleep at 12 a.m. and I got up at 5, and I was halfway falling asleep in class by 12. So yeah, I don't want to do that. Gotta drive. An intense, irrational fear of an anxiety about an object, place, or situation is called a phobia. Literally, I swear I'm gonna watch it. I swear I'm gonna watch it by myself. Yeah. And then I'll watch whatever with y'all later, but I definitely will. Yeah, do we know when the 3rd season of Wednesday is coming out, by the way? See, whenever I find out when the 3rd season is coming out, we're gonna start watching it before it comes out, so that we can just, you know, kind of keep into it. Oh, look. This month? What is this? Crumbs? Good thing it's Sunday and I'm changing sheets today. Schizophrenia. This is my favorite one. Psychotic disorders. Very fun. Affects a person's ability to think and communicate clearly. It also affects the ability to manage emotions, make decisions, and understand reality. You know it's hereditary, right? It affects a person's ability to interact with other people. Hallucinations and delusions are 2 symptoms of schizophrenia.
I don't like this compound.
Go. Go. Leave it. Hallucinations, I'm tripping, are false, distorted sensory perception. A person may see something that is not really there or hear a conversation that is not really real. Delusions are persistent false belief. Delusional. I want to work in the psych ward. You will never have a broad and a shy day. I believe bipolar disorder is big speeches. Bipolar disorder. I've watched it, but I won't spoil. I'd be so excited like to watch it every single time. I have watched season 1 and 2 over a few times so far. Oh boy, posture is terrible. I keep telling y'all to turn the chat off. Psychotherapy. Psychotherapy involves talking about one's problems with mental health professional. Cognitive behavioral therapy is a type of psychotherapy that is often used to treat anxiety or depression. Short term, focus on skill and solution the person can use to modify negative thinking and behavior patterns. Hi Tesla, we're still here, girl. We almost done though. We're literally almost done. Here she comes. Go get a baby back. This is why it's taking me so long. Come here, let me wipe your face. Juju. Alright, let me wipe your other hand. Let me wipe your other hand now. I will not fight with you. Hi, Sydney.
What's Sydney? What's Sydney?
Sydney? Girl, after I'm done, I'm getting off of here. I've been on here for 342 minutes. I've literally been on here all morning. Studying.
Mommy.
Go get your juice. I know you're thirsty. After I'm done, I'm getting off of here. Let's see where we at subscriber wise. Yeah, I'm studying right now. 9:41. Got one subscriber. I'm gonna actually go eat some real food. I'm gonna finish off that barbecue. Gotta change sheets in here, and pillowcases, all that type of stuff because it's Sunday. It's this for me. I'm telling mom. I just can't even wait to hear what happened. Literally, these kids.
Mommy, my head.
What happened to your head?
The wall.
You fell into the wall?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, are you okay?
Yes.
Can you shake it off? Okay, are you feeling okay? Yeah.
What hurt me?
The wall hurt you? Okay, go hit the wall.
I can hit it.
Okay, go with your sister to hit the wall. Go beat the wall up. And tell her don't do that no more, okay? You want me to kiss your head? Let me kiss your head. Alright.
Well, I was trying to show Johnny all the colors. I was trying to bring it to the wall so I could show her all the colors. And she just hit her head on the wall. That's how it happened.
Okay.
Come on, Johnny. Let's go beat the walls.
Go beat wall. Go get it.
Come on, Johnny.
And go get your juice. I know you didn't get it. And you are trying to pick stuff out your juice.
Can't find it.
Where's her cup? Not that one. The green one.
The green one?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Are you sleepy? Go take a nap.
It takes 3 berries. But Johnny,
Don't touch the school books. Not with messy hands.
Mommy, touch me, Mommy.
Okay, well, go watch TV. Go get your tablet. Go do something. But head out that door.
It just don't.
My youngest, she's a crybaby. I promise you, she's a crybaby. Alright. You gotta get to page 81. We on 75, y'all. Of reading. 75 of reading. This is why it's taking me so damn long. I've had to stop, make breakfast. I stopped, eat my breakfast. I've stopped to turn on air that they asked me to turn off. Okay.
He bit the wall.
You bit the wall? Why would you? Okay.
Because the wall
Okay,
wall
no
hit
biting.
her head.
No biting, okay? We don't bite walls, okay?
That's why she bit
Okay.
the wall. Okay, with my cup, my topping.
We don't bite walls. Why
I'm
would
at
you?
the one home. With my topping and my drink.
Your drink? Okay, go find your drink.
And taste one.
Mila, take her to go find her drink. Go with Mila and find your drink. And then go get in your bed. I said go hit the wall. She bites it. The cognitive ability to think for toddlers is just inconclusive. It's just, I don't even know. Oh, Lord have mercy. Yes, she went to bite the wall. Yep. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. You heard it right the first time. She went to go bite the wall. There is no cure for an intellectual disability. I'm telling you, it's a new one for me too. I've never, you know, we had a biting spell with her when she turned 2. You know, her teeth came in a little late, so like the front teeth, she had like 2 right here and then 2 down here. When those front teeth came in, she bit everything and everybody. We had that problem, but just to willingly now go bite the wall because you hit your head on it. Mind you, she said the wall hit her.
Oh, look. But I'm gonna put Johnny's cup in my bed. But not do that.
Did y'all look under the blanket? Look under the blanket. Look under the bed. Look wherever toys were or are. A death can occur suddenly without warning, or it can be expected. Older people or those with terminal illness may have time to prepare for a death. A terminal illness is a disease or condition that will eventually cause the death. This is not necessarily true 100% because this is why they do autopsies. This is why they do autopsies, because you can never know what the direct term of death or cause of death was until you do an autopsy. Sometimes a person dies from something that did not kill them, that they didn't have a disease for. I don't want anything toothless smiling in my face all day. My oldest smiles all day long. She'll be losing her teeth, I'm going to assume, by the end of this year. Breathe. What is that noise?
Finding Daddy's cup.
Where are you looking?
Upstairs to the bathroom.
The bathroom?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Look in the living room. Yeah, for real. Like, she'll be 6 in September. Milo will be 6 in September. I can just imagine. And not near tooth up there. Just looking. On top of that, she thinks she's supposed to get all this money for this one little tooth. I'm not paying for that. I'm not paying for that. Six in February. Yeah. You hear this nonsense? We're on death, a living will. We just finished the 5 stages of grief. Living will is a legal declaration of how a person wishes her possessions to be distributed after death. I'll tell you this right now. There's a lot of people that ain't getting a damn thing from me. Now let's go back to here. Oh yeah, this is the dying part. Mr. Kane was told 2 years ago that a tumor in his brain was inoperable and would eventually be fatal. Since that time, he has visited many specialists despite receiving the same diagnosis for every doctor. He continues to seek further opinions, insisting that each doctor tried to remove the tumor. He's in denial. What do you want?
I boomerang.
A what?
A boomerang. It's like when you roll it and it comes back to you and you like have to catch it.
A boomerang? Okay.
You like have to throw it and then it comes back to you and you just have to catch it.
Mhm. Mrs. Tyler is dying of heart disease. One day, as her nursing assistant Annie is assisting with her personal care, Mrs. Tyler lashes out at her. She tells Annie that she's a dumb girl who is wasting her life and does not deserve the many years she has left. Anger. This girl just came in and told me she wanted a boomerang. Mr. Lopez is dying of AIDS. Nasty. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. He has called all of his friends to say goodbye and has discussed at length with his family the kind of memorial service he would like them to arrange. Acceptance. Miss Cork has always been lively and happy since learning she has Lou Gehrig's disease. However, her mood has changed drastically. Although she is still healthy enough to do activities, she rarely leaves her room or even changes out of her night clothes. Depression. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mr. Celesco has lung cancer for several. What happened to you now? You want what?
One more.
One more?
Yes.
One more what?
Rainbow.
One more? What is it? Is it a food?
No, it's topic.
Stop it?
I was just trying to be nice to her.
What are you saying?
I said topic.
Tap it?
Biscuits. Jenny, I was just trying to share.
What do you want?
I was just trying to share this with you.
What do you want?
What's up?
Tablet?
Yes.
Tablet? Yes. Okay.
I just don't like the.
Where is it? Go find the tablet.
room.
Go get it.
I have to walk
It's
kind
about
of
to be
home.
4 o'clock. Take a nap.
A nap?
Do something. I mean, really, like, I'm not a translator. Okay. Mr. Celesco has had lung cancer for several years. During that time, he has tried to quit smoking,
Mommy,
but has been unsuccessful.
Let's try.
When he finds out that there is no further treatment methods for him to try, he pleads that he will give up smoking in exchange for a few more years of life. He's bargaining.
Pin on.
Hmm?
Pin on.
Bishop, put it on.
Yes. Pin it on.
It's that. It's that.
What you did? Mom, there's a bug on me. Get it off. Mommy,
Your tablet did in fact die, honey.
Look, Mom.
Go in your room and put on.
My
Do you want to watch Blippi?
I'm trying to watch. I just don't like this kind of phone. That's on YouTube.
Go lay down in your bed. Your tablet is died. Go lay in your bed. Mila, go put on something for her. What do you want to watch? Hmm?
Daddy, what do you want to watch?
Blippi or Bluey? It's a fly. I know. Y'all let them in my home. What do you want to watch? Bluey? Booby? Blippi?
No, Bluey.
Bluey? Mila, go put on Bluey. Go in there and watch Bluey. Go in your bed and watch Bluey. Yeah, it's time for a nap. Bluey. Bluey? Put it on the TV. Which of the following is the type of advanced directive that points someone to make medical decisions? Advanced directive that points someone to make medical decisions for a person. It's a nope. Okay, a living will. Yeah, I don't know what she was trying to say. Yeah, I'm almost done. I gotta keep stopping. I got kids. The type of advanced directive that outlines the medical profession that I want to catch you. How do y'all feel about death? Journey, go lay down in your bed. Go lay down in your bed. She's sleeping. She'll be sleeping about 15 minutes. She'll be sleeping about 15 minutes. Hi, Harriet. I'm okay with death as long as my youngest child is 17. If I can make it till then, I'm perfectly fine. That way I know nobody else will have to raise them and they won't be mistreated. Her sister's a year and a half, about 2.5 years older than her, so she can have her until she turns 18 and then they can have each other's back. I promise y'all she'll be sleeping about 10-15 minutes. Hi, Harriet. All right. Just about done. Two homework pages left. 2 homework pages left. Yeah, there's a lot of studying. I'm trying to tell you. 2 took me the longest. 2 really took me the longest. Caring for dying residents. This ought to be interesting. Diminished senses. Vision may begin to fail, reduced glare, and keep room low lighting. Hearing is usually, this is important, hearing is usually the last sense to leave the body. That's awful. Can you imagine hearing people cry over you while you're dying? Or while you are about to die? They say people can, I think a study has showed that people can hear probably up to like 5 to 10 minutes after they passed. That is awful. That's awful. Speak in a normal tone. Tell the resident about care that is being done or what's happening in the room. Do not expect an answer. Ask few questions. Observe body language and anticipate a resident's needs. Care of the mouth and nose. Give mouth care often. If the resident is unconscious, give mouth care every 2 hours. The lips and nostrils may be dry and cracked. Apply lubricants such as balm to the lips and nose. Skin care. Give bib baths and incontinence care as needed. Bathe perspiring residents often. Keep skin clean and dry. Change sheets and clothes for comfort. Keep sheets wrinkle-free. Careful skin care to prevent pressure injuries is important. Pain control and comfort. Pain relief is critical. Residents may not be able to tell you that they're in pain. Observe body language and watch for other signs of pain. Report them. Frequent changes of positions. Back massage, skin care, mouth care, and proper body alignment. Environment. Put favorite objects and photographs where the resident can easily see to make sure the room is comfortable, appropriately lit, and well ventilated. When leaving the room, place a call light within reach. Do this even if the resident is unaware of the surroundings. That's interesting. If it's a quick death, you're fine. Yeah, I don't want to die sick. Emotional support. Listening may be one of the most important things you can do for a resident who is dying. Pay attention to those conversations. Report any comments about fear to the nurse. Touch can also be important. Holding a resident's hand as you sit quietly can be very comforting. Do not avoid the dying person or his family. Do not deny that death is approaching. Do not tell the resident that anyone knows how or when this will happen. Do give accurate information in a reassuring way. If the residents ask for information about the dying resident, if other residents ask for information about the dying resident, inform the nurse. Some residents may seek spiritual comfort from a religious leader. Tell the nurse immediately if a resident requests a religious leader and provide privacy for visits. Do not discuss your religious beliefs or spiritual beliefs with residents or their family or make recommendations. Hearing is the last to go when you're dying. NAs can treat residents with dignity when they are approaching death by respecting their rights and preferences. Those are some legal rights for people who are dying. Right to refuse treatment. NAs must remember that whether they agree or disagree with the resident's decision, the choice is not theirs. It belongs to the person involved and/or his family. NAs should be supportive of the family members and not judge of the family is most likely following the resident's wishes. The right to have visitors. When death is close, it is an emotional time for all those involved. Saying goodbye can be a very important part of dealing with the loved one's death and may also be reassuring to the person who's dying to have someone in the room with them, even if the person does not seem to be aware of his surroundings. The right to privacy. Privacy is a basic legal right, but privacy for visiting or even when the person is alone may be even more important now. Other rights of dying persons are listed below in the Dying Person Bill of Rights. This was created at a workshop determining terminally ill patient and the helping person. Sponsored by Southwestern Michigan In-Service Education Council and appeared in the American Journal of Nursing, Volume 75, January 1975, page 99. Yeah, I've heard that too. Like, I've heard someone say their grandmom had passed and she called out for her mom. Like, she was looking over in a different way to her mom. I'm not sure how I specifically feel about that. Golly, it's a lot. Alright, let's get back to the workbook. I've literally been studying all day. I've literally been studying all day. Here, just fill in the blanks. Yes, Sandy. Yes, right? Yeah, I've been studying all day. I gotta get to it. I told you she's asleep. Yes. If you think about it, guys, I've stopped a lot because I had to give them breakfast. I had to get myself breakfast. I took about 10 minutes to eat cereal. I had to get back up, get them lunch, all that stuff. I've stopped a lot. Yeah. I am gonna study for an hour into chapter 4 tonight. I've already read that. The right to have visitors. Only if it's really entertaining. It's asking me what would be pick 2 rights that I would feel most important to me. Maintain a sense of hopefulness. Have my questions answered honestly. Oh, honey, the break about to be done. After I finish this side of the workbook, that's it for homework, and all I have to do is read the rest of these 2 pages, literally, in the workbook. My little baby is taking a nap. My older baby is probably watching TV. Okay. I'm gonna read to y'all the rights that you have as you're dying. Be treated as a living human being until you die. Maintain a sense of hopefulness, however changing its focus may be. Express my feelings and emotions about my approaching death in my own way. Participate in decisions concerning my care. Expect continual medical and nursing attentions, even though cure goals must be changed to comfort goals. Not die alone. Be free from pain. Have my questions answered honestly. Not be deceived. Have help from and for my family in accepting my death. Die in peace and dignity. Retain my individuality and not be judged for my decisions, which may be contrary to the disbeliefs of others. Discuss and enlarge my religious and spiritual experiences, whatever these may mean to others. Expect that the sanity of the human body will be respected after death. Be cared for by caring, sensitive, knowledgeable people who will attempt to understand my needs and will be able to gain some satisfaction in helping me face my death. I am not done yet. Blurred or failing vision, unfocused eyes, impaired speech, diminished sense of touch, loss of movement, muscle tone and feeling, a ringing, a rising of low abnormal body temperature, decreased blood pressure, weak pulse that is abnormally slow or rapid, alternating periods of slow, irregular respirations and rapid, shallow respirations, along with short periods of not breathing called shiny stroke respirations. Rattling or gurgling sound as a person breathes, which does not necessarily cause discomfort for the dying person. My kid's iPad, I don't even know where that is. One of them, oh, this one is dead. Cold, pale skin, mottling, bruises appearance, spotting or blotched of skin caused by poor circulation, perspiration, incontinence. That occurs, the body will not have a heartbeat, pulse, respiration, or blood pressure. The eyelids will remain open or partially open, with the eyes in fixed stare. The mouth may remain open. The body may be incontinent of urine and stool between 2 and 6 hours after death. The muscles in the body become stiff and rigid. This is called rigor mortis. This is a temporary condition called, as I said, rigor mortis, which is the Latin word for stiffness of death. Yeah. These things are a normal part of death, but they can be frightening. Have you ever grabbed someone's hand after hours of death in a healthcare facility? Or if someone passed away and you feel their hand, you might have to get your way up to the hospital, and their hand feels hard like a brick. Yeah, it doesn't feel soft like this. Ain't nothing in there. It's hard enough now. It is very unsettling, very unnerving. Postpartum care is the care of the body after death. It takes place after the resident has been declared dead by a nurse or a doctor. It's usually a doctor that pronounces you dead. The NAs must be, let me get that up. Postmortem care is the care for the body after death. It takes place after the resident has been declared dead by a doctor or a nurse. Nurses can do it, doctors usually do it most. NAs must be sensitive to the needs of the family and friends. After that, family members may wish to sit by the bed to say goodbye. They may wish to stay by the body for a while. They should be allowed to do these things. I don't know why anybody would want to do that. Even my family didn't stay by my grandma when she passed. They cried, fell on the floor, and left out of there. And stand by dead people now. And they should be aware of religious and cultural practices that the family wants to observe. If they're Muslim, you know you gotta do the autopsy, but they don't embalm them. They just close them back up, wrap them back up, and get it on. And they should follow their facility's policies and only perform the assigned tasks. Bathe the body. Be gentle to avoid bruising. Plastic draining pads where needed. This is most often under the head or under the prenatal, the genital and anal area. Follow standard precautions. Do not remove any tubes or other equipment attached to a body. A nurse or someone at the funeral home will do this. If instructed, put dentures back in the mouth. Close the mouth. If this is not possible, place dentures in a denture cup near the resident's head. Close eyes carefully. Position the body to the back with legs straight and arms folded across the abdomen. Like this. Put a small pillow under the head. Follow facility policy about personal items. Check to see if you should remove jewelry. Also have witnesses if personal items are removed or given to family member. Document what was given to whom. You usually need their ID when you're taking off jewelry and stuff like that, in case it comes up in a will. You have a good picture of their ID that you write in your notes. If it comes up in a will that something is missing, they know who to go to. When the body is gone, strip the bed, open windows to air the room, tidy the area. Now, in hospitals, this is not usually true. In most care facilities, the windows do not open. Most of them do not open at all. Or can be opened usually by firefighters. Or janitors might have that key, but it doesn't happen. And they say opening because old people, when they say wash old people a lot, it's because they stink. The body does start to smell of deteriorating death when they're close to death, which is why they get bathed often. Because you don't want to scare the family because they have a smell to them. You know, it's like a rotten smell that old people sometimes, mostly, will get when they're dying. Document according to your facility's policy. Dealing with grief after death of a loved one is an individual process. No two people will grieve in the exact same way. It is also a changing or adapting process. Feelings may change from day to day or even hour to hour. This is normal. Religious leaders, counselors, and social workers can help people who are grieving. Family members or friends may have any of these reactions to death of a loved one. Shock, denial, anger, guilt, regret, relief, sadness, loneliness. Hospice care is a term for the care of special for the special care that a dying person needs. You on hospice usually will die. Some people come off of hospice. Some people are on hospice is usually for people that have 6 months to live. 6 months and less to live. I know people who have stayed on for 16 plus years. People be fighting. It is a compassionate way to care for dying people and their families. Hospice usually have a holistic, person-centered approach. It treats the person's physical, emotional, spiritual, and social needs. Hospice care can be given 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. It is available with a doctor's order. Hospice care may be given in a hospital or care facility or in the home. A hospice can be at any location where a person who is dying is treated with dignity by caregivers. Any caregiver may receive hospice care, but often specialized trained nurses and volunteers provide it. And I'm almost done. I'm literally on this page and this page, and then we up out of here. We up out of here, girl. Hospice care helps to meet all the needs of the resident who is dying. The resident is directly involved in care decisions, and as our family and friends, the resident is encouraged to participate in family life and decision making as long as possible, and long-term care goals focus on recovery or on the resident's ability to care for herself as much as possible. In hospice care, however, the goal are the comfort and dignity of the resident. This type of care is called palliative care. At least I'll be fresh and sharp for tomorrow. However, palliative care is not only given to people who are dying. It is also given to people who have serious chronic diseases such as cancer, congestive heart failure, and AIDS. Focusing on pain relief, comfort, and managing symptoms is different from providing regular care. NAs will need to adjust their mindset when caring for residents in hospice care. Residents who are dying need to feel independent as long as possible. Caregivers should allow residents to have as much control of their lives as possible. Eventually, caregivers may have to meet all of the person's basic needs. Be a good listener. Some people, however, will not want to confide in their caregivers. Never push someone to talk. Respect privacy and independence. Be sensitive to individual needs. Ask family members or friends how you can help. Be aware of your own feelings. Know your limits, but respect them. Recognize stress. Talk with a counselor or support group may help. Remember, however, that specific information must be kept confidential. Take care of yourself. Eat right. Exercising and getting enough rest are all taking care of yourself. Talk about and acknowledge your feelings. Take time to do things for yourself. Take a break when you need to. Allow yourself to grieve. You will develop close relationships with some residents. Know that it is normal to feel sad, angry, or lonely when residents die. It might be normal, but I don't suggest you get in the habit of doing that type of stuff. And right here it just has community resources. Yes, I feel so good too, child. I got one more question. We done. Woo, y'all, we done. So I'm gonna put this here. Should we do more? What does it mean? And how do you say it? Sabu? We are done. We are done chapter 3, y'all. Just gotta put my name on this. Oh, we are done. We done. We is done studying for today. Now, let me look and see what the next 2 things are. 4 and 5 are the next things that I have to study. So this, I promise this live won't be that long. But 1, 2, and 3, that was crazy. Night, that was a lot. That was a lot. That was a lot. That was a lot. And yeah, I'm gonna get a head start on 4 and 5 tonight. I'm gonna start 4. Just start to get that out of the way. Alright, y'all. That's enough of this live. We've been on here for almost 400 minutes. I'm excited. I'm about to grab some lunch, some actual lunch. About to grab some actual lunch. Rest for a minute. I think I'm gonna take a nap. But I'm gonna rest for a minute. Grab some lunch, some real lunch. Take a nap for a minute. And yeah, I'll probably turn on TV and watch TV. I think I deserve some TV. I'll see you guys later. I might watch, if I go live, I might be watching that movie that's on Netflix with Taraji P. Henson. Whew, my goodness. Like, we have been on live all day. That's my fault though. I should have tried to push more effort into trying to study and get it done throughout this whole weekend, but it was just so much to do. Yesterday, Sky Zone, then before that, the 4th of July, it was just so much going on. Whew. But we have completed this live. I can't wait to see the statistics from this live. This is gonna be crazy. I will see you guys later. Y'all have a good, safe, blessed day. If I do go live tonight, we are gonna be watching a movie. Not no particular one specifically, but we are gonna be watching. We might watch a movie if I do go live. If I go live, just know we watching a movie. Thank you for the support. Bless y'all. Be safe. I love y'all. Thank y'all for the support. Thank y'all for sharing. Thank y'all for liking, commenting, subscribing. I hope all of y'all have a good, safe, blessed start into the new week. If I don't see y'all tonight, I will see y'all definitely Monday night. Bye.